Ready to start in Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mihai Macarie, and on behalf of the organizers, the Romanian Energy Center, the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center, the National Association for Security and Information Systems, the Cyberspace Academy, and the emblematic Romania Association, a lot of organizers today, I wanted to say a warm welcome, but it would be an understatement for this morning, but a warm welcome to the first edition of Cyber Resilience Forum, an event which hopefully will be a traditional event on cybersecurity and resilience for the years to come. So mark your agenda. May every year we're going to meet in Bucharest and discuss the topic of cybersecurity and resilience. Now, considering the amplitude of the cyber phenomenon and its astonishing evolution, I am honored to have with us key representatives from the government, regulatory bodies, companies, academic environment, research institutes in such a large number. Our audience is even bigger because we are live streaming online on our social media pages, Facebook and YouTube, and on our partners' social medias, the media partners. I hope you all agree with me that open dialogue, sharing ideas, expertise, and good practice is, if not the only way, an important way in setting the right way forward. So thank you all for your support and for being here today. I would also like to share my appreciation for our partners and sponsors, our Italian friends from Gridspertise, buongiorno, and our intellectually curious colleagues from Bento, without which today would not have been possible. Obviously, good things not properly communicated, they do not make in the history pages, so a big shout out to our main communication partner from Energynomics, and our media partners from Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, The Diplomat, Energia, and News Energy. Our event today is structured into distinct yet highly interconnected sections, focused on safety and security of critical energy infrastructure, innovation and education on cybersecurity and resilience. But I think it's enough from me at this point. It's time to kick off our event, and I would like to welcome on stage the President of Romanian Energy Center, Mr. Corneliu Bodea.
Hello and good morning. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cyber Resilience Forum. This event it's organized in cooperation with Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center, and we thank you very much for this cooperation, the Romanian Association for the Security of Information System, the Cyberspace Academy, and the emblematic Romania Association. Now, the idea is, why organizing this event? Why cybersecurity? Why now? Why this focus on the energy sector? Because I don't know whether you know, but the total annual cost of global cybercrime was in 2021 estimated at about 6 trillion euros. Just to have a comparison, this is about 8 times the defense budget of the United States. This figure is estimated to grow every year with more or less 15%, and this is going to be estimated in few years by 2025 at 10 trillion euros. Just to have a comparison, the climate change brings more or less a cost of about 150, 160 billions every year. This is not for me to say that cybercrime and cybersecurity is more important than climate change, but this is just to estimate how much costly is this phenomenon. We have here with us key representatives from institutions and regulatory bodies, relevant associations and research institutes, companies, and the academic environment. So we have most of the stakeholders at the table. We would like to place this event and series of discussions in the context of the Romanian strategy towards the cyber security in between 2022 and 2027. And I'll list, please allow me to read the key objectives set by Romania with respect to this cyber security strategy, which is secure and resilient networks and information systems, stronger institutional, legal, and regulatory frameworks, develop stronger public-private partnership, resilience through proactive and deterrent approach, and making Romania a relevant actor in the international cooperation architecture. Now, why this focus, why this connection in between cybersecurity, infrastructure security, and energy? Obviously, because energy infrastructure is critical infrastructure. Just to have again a few figures to put ourselves and our discussion in a kind of context, I will tell that before 2 decades ago, 20 years, the Romanian's electricity production accounted for around 150 large dispatchable units in coal, hydro, natural gas, and nuclear. With the development of renewable energy sources and distributed generation, this number goes beyond 45,000 today, 45,000 generation units. Of course, that a lot of this figure, it's about very, very small generation units. But all these very, very small generation units is going to play a more and more important role into securing the overall energy security and energy continuity. And this is estimated to reach 100,000 this year and go for more than 1 million in 2030. Add, please, that around 8 million households, they are going to have in the future smart meters and be integrated in a smart grid. And there will be impossible to break connection between security of informational systems, communication, and security of the electricity infrastructure. This is why I think it's maybe not too late, but the moment to try to bring together two parties. The state as the owner of the infrastructure and the operators of the infrastructure. And our aim is to bring together these two parties into developing a common project. Just imagine you are in a house, you rent a house. The house belongs to someone, but you are going to live in that house for many years. And you have to take into consideration the security of the house, the good functioning of the infrastructure of the house. So who is responsible? If you leave it like that, the one to rent the house is going to focus on his own short-term interest. But the owner of the house needs have a different need. So the idea is to bring them together and try to define a common project. That's why we have here, and I'm very glad to probably announce that the president of ANRE, Mr. George Niculescu, probably is his first public appearance to a conference. Thank you very much. Because I see ANRE, the National Regulatory Authority in the energy sector, as a key element into bringing these two parties together and make sure that the plans to develop and invest in the infrastructure are going to take into consideration a long-term energy security objective. Thank you very much. I wish a lot of success to this discussion. I'm very, very confident that this event is going to turn from one start event to a series of events, probably, hopefully, an yearly event where we will have the chance to meet every year and discuss these topics. Thank you very much, and a lot of success.
Thank you, Mr. Bodea. I have to confess that I think I have the best seat in the house. Okay, our next speaker began his military career as a fighter pilot, flying MiG-21C and MiG-21 Lancer R aircrafts. His career in the Romanian Ministry of Defense spans over 2 decades, having served in a number of positions and in several theaters of operations. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Adrian Duța, the Vice President of the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. It's a privilege for me to be here today to speak in front of you. I didn't prepare a speech for deliver, but I would like to share some of our last experiences together with our partners from NATO and EU, and also with our partners from countries from Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. It's really important to say that I had the privilege to speak in front of NATO Resilience Symposium in Riga last week, and I discovered that NATO put great emphasis on private sector, and they asked us directly what the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center is doing in this respect. I told them, whatever we do with the private sector, it's very good. We have a very good cooperation with private sector. We have a very good support from the private sector in our activities. But the most important is to consider the private sector as an equal partner for NATO defense planning process, because whenever it comes to critical infrastructure, resources, knowledge, almost all belong to the private sector. And this is the most important, to let them know much more time before what is going to happen in case of a crisis. I don't know if they received my answer very well, but I'm sure that they pay a lot of attention, because the next NATO summit from Vilnius included also a meeting with the representative of the big companies. However, we are facing difficult times in terms of evolution of technology that brings us the increase in exponential pace, the increase of data. The data that has to be stored, managed and processed pose us in a very difficult situation to find a way to to ensure the cybersecurity and resilience. We cannot improve our way of life, and we cannot digitalize all the processes without taking in consideration the cybersecurity and resilience. And in this respect, I would like to say that our center is doing its best in order to address those topics within the communities of interest, resilience to the emerging and disruptive technology, as well as in the community of interest, resilience of the communication systems. We are organizing these different events. We invite people to publish and to share ideas and information with us, and we invite all the stakeholders to come together and to discuss the important issues that arise in the last time. It's very important to address the digitalization vulnerabilities and risks that arise in time, because we cannot develop without taking them in consideration. What I want to say is that achieving a prosperous and connected future will depend upon the cybersecurity and resilience of its technologies and systems. The world is entering a new phase of deepening digital dependencies, driven by emerging technologies and even more complex and interdependent systems. Dramatic shifts in the coming decade will unlock new possibilities for human flourishing and prosperity, while also multiplying the systemic risks posed by the insecure systems. Digital technologies Digital technology increasingly touch the most sensitive aspects of our lives. Another issue that I would like to emphasize here is that during our visit to Republic of Moldova, we had a very interesting experience together with NATO experts that evaluate their level of resilience. And it was very nice to see that they are confident that they are not so vulnerable to cyber attacks. But they continued, and they told us their systems, their energetic system is not digitalized enough. But they have good plans. They have very good support, not only from us, but also from European Union and NATO. And I take this opportunity to emphasize the need to do something, to be more active in helping our neighbor, Republic of Moldova. In these terms, the Euro-Atlantic Center is doing a great job with Ukraine, and also we are trying to approach the same, to have the same approach with the Republic of Georgia. I'm confident that discussions today will bring many new ideas, and I wish you a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duță. Our next speaker is an active promoter of renewable energy sources, has an extensive experience in both the private and private sector and in politics, a former governor of Constanța County and Secretary of State in the Ministry of Energy. Mr. George Niculescu is currently serving as President of the Romanian Energy Regulatory Authority. President Niculescu, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Indeed, first time addressing you as President of ANRE. And from the start, I want to underline the fact that I will be very open to discussions. I will be trying to participate as many events as my schedule and my agenda will allow in order to have an active communication with the market and with the policy makers. So thank you very much for organizing this event. Returning to our today's topic, let me say that in a traditional way, energy technologies are becoming more connected to modern digital technologies and networks. This trend of digitalization makes the energy system smarter and enables consumers to better benefit from innovative energy services. I'm sure that we can all agree the fact that the energy is an important part of all modern economies, supporting a range of critical services including healthcare, the internet, and transport. The secure supply of energy is of great importance. And if I think about a way to connect cybersecurity, digitalization to energy, I have in mind the potential that the Black Sea can offer to our country. And in this respect, I wanna underline the fact that the Black Sea is of most importance from the security point of view, but also from an energy point of view, both in natural gas and oil production, and recently throughout the draft law which is prepared at the level of the Ministry of Energy, also the offshore wind potential will be available to our to investors. So we cannot imagine further developments in the energy sector without a close relation to digitalization, and of course we have to be prepared for cyber attacks, and this is why I really believe that cybersecurity programs must be in place in order to prevent these attacks. Another important project which is closely linked to the cybersecurity and digitalization is the cable which will come from Azerbaijan, Georgia, through the Black Sea, Romania and Hungary. The cable that will link basically the Caspian region to the European markets in order to assure the flows of energy from renewable sources in order to be able to inject them into the European market system to put pressure on the price. This is a very important project that this agreement was signed in Bucharest on the 17th of December last year. The process is undergoing. A feasibility study has been provided for the part which links Georgia to Romania, I think 3 weeks ago in Tbilisi. Further developments regarding the feasibility study will be made in order to accommodate all the investments in this piece of infrastructure. And I cannot imagine the good results of this project without a very good part of digitalization and cybersecurity programs. In terms of how the institution of ANRE, it is nowadays in progress with this digitalization trend, I can say today that the process is advanced. We have a lot of programs in place. We are trying to use this process of digitalization as much as we can. Of course, it is room for improvement. Last but not least, I would like to share my appreciation for the performance to host Romania as a country, the headquarters of the European Agency for Cybersecurity, a center which was inaugurated yesterday during the Europe Day. With this, I thank you very much for the attention, and I wish you all great debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Niculescu. Our next speaker is also sharing an important experience in both the private and institutional environments. After several executive leadership positions in the field of energy and trading, he is currently coordinating the Energy Ministry's activities related to the development and implementation of an integrated energy policy and regulatory frameworks in Romania. Please welcome Mr. Dan Dragan, Secretary of State in the Romanian Ministry of Energy.
Good morning, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here present and to present the message of the Ministry of Energy and all the aspects and policies, strategies which we are developing and implementing in the Romanian energy market. Also, I would like to present my appreciation to the Romanian Energy Center for giving us the opportunity to present and to be together today with you. This energy crisis has shown that Europe needs, first and foremost, energy security at affordable prices, because the two pillars underpin sustainability in the energy sector, in parallel with measures to reduce green gas emissions. In our view, reducing dependency of Russian energy imports, increasing our security of supply, and accelerating energy transition go hand in hand. However, we need a new perspective on energy as a strategic sector, which incorporates the different national specificities and capabilities, as well as the needs of our citizens. The current situation shows an important fact. The success of the energy transition cannot be based on an unilateral approach to renewable energy. Each country needs to maximize the penetration of its renewable energy within its context of its own energy transition plan, while taking care of its energy security needs and social impact. In this context, it is essential that all states make the best use of all our energy sources and technology available at the national level in the energy sector, local resources, nuclear capabilities, and local supply chains. At the same time, there is also need for massive investments in renewable energy sources and the modernization of infrastructure. And last but not least, we must maintain our fair and affordable energy prices for customers. Development of resilience infrastructure and assuring the security of energy system aim to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, including expanding access to basic services, ensuring prosperity, and promoting decent work. This will stimulate innovation, technical expertise, and financial arrangements to reduce the risk associated with natural or man-made disasters. Governments should better monitor climate impact, identify cost-effective resilience measures, including support for research and development sectors. In order to address disaster resilience and security issues, we need to facilitate knowledge transfer and to strengthen our cooperation and dialogue regarding energy efficiency and energy transition. Total prevention of cyber attacks is not attainable, but energy system can be more cyber resilience in order to withstand, adapt to, and rapidly recover from incidents and attacks, while preserving the continuity of critical infrastructure operation. Governments are important for enhancing digital resilience. This includes raising awareness and working with stakeholders to continuously identify, manage, and communicate emerging vulnerabilities and risks. These aspects become more and more important, especially during the current international context, where key sector and critical infrastructure have been the targets of cyber attacks that aim to destabilize our societies. Furthermore, we need to make sure that we take all the proper steps in order to assure the resilience and security of our energy system. There are solutions to overcome the global energy crisis and take concrete steps towards a low-carbon economy. We need to work together to promote cooperation as a basic principle of energy policies and the main way of overcoming energy challenge at the global scale. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you to have a fruitful discussion during today. Thank you.
We are doing great in terms of timing, so thank you all for keeping your interventions short and clear. But we have enough time anyway. Our next speaker, and finally the last speaker of the opening panel, has more than 26 years of experience in the IT industry, specialized in reorganization, planning, design, and development of complex industrial IT environments. Joining me on stage is Mr. Hugo Neumorni, President and co-founding member of CEO Council Romania, the Association of IT Directors in Romania. Welcome.
All right, so thank you very much. I'm really honored and privileged to be today with you at this conference and into this very attractive panel. So yeah, I've got more than, I think, 30 years in IT, more than 27, I think I was acting as a CIO. And I have like more than 18 years I'm operating into the industrial control systems. Now, when we discuss about cybersecurity into the energy sector, the first thing that comes in my mind is the fact that we all know that 8 years ago or something, in 2015, the power grid was finally collapsed. And it was, I guess everybody who works in energy knows about the cyber attack against the Russian power grid, Ukrainian power grid. I also, when discuss about the energy, what comes in my mind is what Mr. Michael Rogers, the chief of NSA, National Security Agency, from United States, said something somewhere in, I guess, 2015 or something. It is actually not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when the United States power grid will be collapsed. So these kind of declarations made me a lot of worries, actually. Now, I heard a lot of, we are living in a sort of paradox. Actually, everybody, I mean, the entire society is migrating to digital transformation, to digital society. So actually, we're transforming all kind of, we're trying to transform all kind of analog process into digital process, but this comes with a risk, exactly what my colleagues already mentioned. So basically, it's a paradox. We're migrating to a digital society, but on the same time, we're putting a lot of risks on our shoulders. But this is the way. It's impossible to do another way. There is also one thing which I've noticed in the last, I don't know, 20 years. Each year we're discussing about cybersecurity and about the risks. Each year, state authorities or companies or research institutes, they're coming and they're saying the followings. The number of attacks increased. The number of losses increased. The number of threats increased. Nobody said, we had a good year in cybersecurity, everything is fine. We managed to decrease the attacks. So this is the society we are living with, and we have to accept actually that. The attacks become more sophisticated. We start to operate in a remote work, actually, yeah? The surface of attack increased. So the society we are living in, it's a little bit, I wouldn't say strange, but it's complex. So basically, the risks of cybersecurity attack, the losses continuously increase, and this is a big problem and a big topic that we have to address. Artificial intelligence. People are talking, a lot about artificial intelligence right now, and for good reasons. What's happening? We all said, okay, AI will support us in battle against the bad guys, and this is true. But actually, it can be used also by the bad guys. So this is a big problem here again. Now, I would like to say very clear and crystal clear. So cybersecurity is a business. So we all have to admit that cyber attacks has a P&L, profit and loss. So I'm not going to attack, I don't know, a company that is, pretty bad in terms of financial, because I could not get anything from there. But I could attack a Colonial Pipeline, or I could attack a company that sits on a lot of money, to operate them, to insert a ransomware, and to collapse them, because they will easy pay for the ransomware at the end of the day. So it's a P&L. A P&L means that I'm evaluating the costs to make an attack. I'm bringing experts. You cannot attack, for instance, Natanz nuclear plant or ThyssenKrupp in 2014 unless you have a clear experience and a very good knowledge on the industrial control systems, because you need people that knows how to operate the PLCs, the programmable, the small devices. So the bad guys are not the guys who are sitting in a garage and they are, coming to the front door and, attacking your company. No, there are institutions, there are companies, there are, I'm not saying companies, but legitimate companies. But anyway, you understand the point. They got a project manager, they got a team. It's not, the years when, 3 guys are penetrating your company just for fun, they're long gone. Now, one of the strategy I would advise, all the CIOs that operates in particular in the, industrial control systems, is to understand that they cannot protect everything. So there is a theory that said, assume breach. Understand that sometimes, somehow, a secretary, a CEO, an IT professional will simply click a link, which is a poison link, and they will bring the malware into your organization, and they will open a backdoor somewhere. So basically, the bad guys are never, knocking on your door, penetrating the firewalls. That's long history. They're sending you a poisoned email to the entire organization after they probably, or targeted ones. I'm watching the CEO, the CFO, I know everything about him, I'm planning, I'm trying to understand what he's liking, and I'm sending him the right email, the right psychology I will apply in order for him to click the link. And once he clicked the link, and if he's not pretty aware about cybersecurity risks, I'm in. Yeah. So it's a business. Please bear in mind that. Now, I would kindly ask you if anybody of you were a victim of a cyber attack or felt the cyber attack in action. It's a very awful sentiment. It's a very awful, it's like you're finding a burglar into your own house. One of the things I've noticed in my experience is that it's not the IT department that have no clues what to do when an attack happens, but the entire company is completely blocked. Why is blocked? Because they're not doing exercises. Because, Colonial Pipeline is not here, is there. Ukraine is not here, is there. So it would not happen to me. But this is not the case. So when you noticed a cyber attack, then all the procedures, or the majority of the procedures, let me say like that, doesn't function. Because majority of us believe that the backups in a very safe locations. Majority of us believe that we are so secured that we would be able to restore the services just like that, which is not the case. If you have like 200 servers or 1,000 servers, it will take you days if by any chance you find the backups, because the backups might be encrypted as well. So exercises the penetrations and the response to the penetrations, although it's mandatory in national critical infrastructures, theoretically in all the company, I'm not sure if it is done properly. And if I would need to take an advice and give you an advice, 2 cents of advice, please organize and test for real the business continuity and the disaster recovery, because it might not function as you believe. And when you test them, you understand the gaps. You really understand what you have to correct. I can bet my salary that if tomorrow you're going to your own company and said, okay, what would we do if all the computers are crypted tomorrow? Computers and servers. And you will have such a funny answers from IT and from the risk management and from many other individuals into the company. Do this exercise. Cybersecurity is a cost, that's for sure. So we should not hide on the fact that we have to put into the costs of the product or services we are offering to the customers a cybersecurity cost, and it is higher and higher each year. It should be budgeted. Companies from the Bucharest Stock Exchange, companies from the energy sector in Romania that are sitting on a lot of money, they should budget. If they will put less than 1%, I mean less than 0 point something in cybersecurity, they will be very safe or pretty safe. So it's a cost. In the megawatt we are producing and transporting and distributing to the end users, this is a cost, and we all have to admit that. Now, if I would give you another piece of advice, is the building the awareness. So it is crystal clear, if you can penetrate a company with just a simple targeted email, we have to teach our users. So basically, it is no longer, IT is doing the best they can if they're applying the best practices, but at the end of the day, the attacks are so sophisticated that the individuals, our colleagues from the companies, they need to recognize a phishing attack. This should become, a trivial stuff. So I know companies in Romania, they are doing a very good job. So basically, you should continuously send, phishing emails. You should do continuously, training for all the users you have, starting from the CEO, starting from the bottom, from the top. All of them should recognize a kind of attack is good for the company and for themselves. Just at a glance, because I do believe I took too much of your time, but we all have to admit that the complexity into the industrial control system is high. It's more easy to protect a bank than a power generation company. And why is that? Because, for instance, a bank or a financial institution, they have all the computers up to date. So they have Windows, 10, 11. But if you're going to industrial control systems, you will observe that the full or a large majority of the assets are very old, are legacy, but they are doing an excellent job. 10 years SCADA systems that you have into a power generation company is very young, it's okay, it's doing a great job, but they are not protected, and moreover, I cannot update it in the majority of the cases, and this is the reality. I cannot apply the best practices, the normal practices in IT that I'm applying into a normal in an IT environment to the OT. So this raises the complexity. I cannot have a test environment. I have to have the communication encrypted. This is a reality. Of course, there are measures. You cannot defeat yourself and say, okay, I cannot apply the best practice. It's not the case. But there are solutions, and they has to be applied. If you go to a power generation company or a transport company or a distribution company in Romania, you should ask the guys from the OT, please segment your network. Please segregate it. Please separate it from the IT, physical if possible. Please, do all the best practice. Install tapes. Put the data diodes, do a unidirectional traffic. Forbid for good the USB. There are a lot of solutions to do that. So everything is solvable. Now, in a nutshell, the OT environment is not in a good shape everywhere, not in Romania. So I didn't speak for Romania. I speak for the entire world at the end of the day. Yeah, OT is old. It has a lot of legacy. It has a lot of problems, but there are solutions, and we have to apply them. And yeah, the solution might be expensive that in a normal IT environment. Well, thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much of your time, and I do believe you'll have a wonderful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers from the opening panel. We are ready to continue with our conference. We are a bit ahead of time. We have a few moments until I'm going to ask Frank Heidinak, the moderator of the next panel, to join me on stage. So again, thank you to the speakers from the opening panel. I'll see you soon for the next conferences of Romanian Energy Center. I wish you a good day forward. Probably you are quite busy today, as it should be expected. And we're going to continue with our next panel. Frank, when you're ready, thank you. Well, I think being slightly ahead of schedule is maybe a good news for Frank, because his timing was quite challenging. 7 speakers in slightly more than 1 hour. So, Frank, the panel is yours.
Okay, this is working, yes. So, good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today with you, and I'm very happy that we have such a good presence in this event, and also about the panelists we have here. Actually, the first panel we have is about safety and security of critical energy infrastructure. And if you look at the development with the European energy and climate programs, they all point into one direction, and that is, of course, additional renewable energy, which is fostered very much, a huge level of decentralization, and with that, lots of new players, lots of new technologies enter the energy market actually. And in order to integrate them and to make the system stable and work, a lot of digitization is required. And we do already see that this is affecting, of course, the investment programs of the distribution and transport companies, the producers, but also of household customers, for example. And they're all part of one integrated system at the end of the day. And therefore, digitization is an absolute must. With digitization, of course, we're also more exposed to cyber attacks, and cyber resilience becomes more and more critical. Hugo just mentioned already one of the attacks which we've seen in the past. Actually, there were quite a lot. The first publicly known one was actually in 2010 already. It was Stuxnet, which was a computer worm which infected the Iranian nuclear system. Then Hugo mentioned Ukraine, 2015 and 16, it came to huge blackouts in the Ukraine. Rumors say that also the Russians were behind these attacks. Excuse me. Dragonfly in 2017. Another, it was a hacking group actually, which attacked the energy sector in Europe and North America. And it was using spare phishing emails. Actually, I think we all get daily phishing emails by now on our private and business accounts. NotPetya in 2017 as well. A malware caused significant damage to global companies, including several energy companies. And this is not only an economical loss, it's also a risk really to the function of a country, a function of the whole energy sector. And with that, really one of the backbones of our society. And therefore, the list goes on, by the way. It's not the full list. And therefore, it's very, very critical. So therefore, I am very happy to discuss the issues which we have arising out of this, the requirements we see as companies who are providing services or products in the sector, or companies who are acting in this sector. What is done already in your company? Where do you see the biggest challenges? What are the latest developments? And also, what are the main challenges you see also in interacting maybe with governmental institutions? Because I think this cannot be solved only on an individual level. It needs actually the good collaboration of central and decentral and governmental and private institutions and companies in order to be sure for the future that we are safe and that the energy system will also function in the past as it used to run in the, let's say, old centralized world. I would actually like to give the word then to Mr. Gennaro Fiorenza, the head of cybersecurity of Gridspartise. I think Gennaro is online. Yeah.
Yes, I am. Do you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, Gennaro.
Good morning. Okay. Thanks, Frank. Okay, let me spend a few words to introduce briefly myself and my company. I am the head of the telecommunication and cybersecurity solution in Gridspartise. And Gridspartise is a new company founded almost 2 years ago as a subsidiary of the Enel Group. Since the end of the last year, we have been jointly owned by Enel and the leading global alternative investment manager, CVC Capital Partners, who support our mission of electric grids digitalization with our solution portfolio with smart meters, smart metering solution, smart grid solution, and other innovative technical services and solution. With my team, I spent the last 10 years working about the cybersecurity of the largest Italian DSO. And the large part of our technology development team has this Enel background. And because of it, I believe we could correctly interpret the needs of our customer and including the cybersecurity needs. But please, next slide. Again, please, so we can share some words about the current and incoming European regulation scenario. The main three pillars are the Critical Entities Resilience Directive, the NIS2, the Network Code. All these three regulations have two common requirements to manage the risk and to take appropriate measures to mitigate them and to report significant incidents to the national authority. But these directives look at different scopes, different risks, different incidents to be reported to different stakeholders with different timing. And in my opinion, some other cybersecurity frameworks should be considered as radio equipment directive in our sector too. They are going to cover smart metering. And so my personal wish is to have the clearest and most unified security requirements framework to be adopted at European level, both for the technology providers and for the utilities. Let me spend the last words about the great support that we are receiving in understanding cybersecurity legislation scenario and info sharing about cybersecurity, thanks to the joining of Enel to European network for cybersecurity, ENCS. It's a non-profit organization owned by grid operators. I'm proud to represent my company in this association, and I suggest personally to all European utilities that have interest in knowledge sharing about cybersecurity to evaluate their membership in ENCS. Please, next slide, so we can, yes, something that Frank in his introduction has already explored, but I'm sure it's clear to you the threats utilities are exposed and many challenges you have to face to be resilient managing your services and your critical infrastructure. It's something that is clear to you, but I like to remark one special threats according with several main studies in the last 5 years. Supply chain attack was at the top of the list for threats in energy sector. You know, a supply chain attack happens when threat actors access an organization network via a third-party vendor or supplier. And one of the relevant events the last 2 years, the attack on Colonial Pipeline was one of the largest supply chain attack in US history. There, a virtual private network account was compromised because the organization didn't take inventory of dormant VPN accounts, and there was no multi-factor authentication for the account user too. The European regulation that we saw before, especially NIS2 and Network Code, are looking at this threat about supply chain attack. And we, in Grid Expertise, because of this, our background, because we are owned by a utility group, but we are also a tech vendor, we live this situation in 2 ways, and we take in highly consideration the importance of supply chain attack. So about this kind of attack, I have also on the basis of our experience 4 main suggestions. The first one is the proper choice of qualified providers. For example, we introduced ISO 27001 certification as a filter in our procurement. And the second one is assessing the provider risk management capabilities. The third, investing in security operations center analysts for a fast detection and response to the supply chain attack. And the last one, as this kind of episode, the lesson learned is managing carefully identity management and access control to their assets, to our assets. So how we can able to do it in our group. Please, if you go to the next slide, you will see that we have a very well-defined cybersecurity framework in our company for a long time. It's inspired to NIST framework. It's based on eight processes, all focused to implement the risk-based approach and security by design. And going to the last slide, please. We, from the tech company point of view, in order to support our customers, because our goal is to protect our business protecting our customer, increasing the resiliency of their own critical infrastructure. And when we develop and provide technological solution, we have very well in our very well defined in our DNA, because I repeat, we are mainly in the Enel group, and so we achieved ISO 27001 certification just 1 year after our foundation, and we were the second company in the Enel group to get this certification. We implement security by design approach, providing not just to the external providers, but to internal developers and our technical firms too, a set of hardware and security requirements. We check the security compliance to these requirements by ourselves and with support of external specialists and labs. And last but not least, we guarantee the continuous security monitoring of our product portfolio, also to catch 0 days vulnerability, and so we can support the customer along the entire life cycle of our product. Okay, that's it from my side. If you have any kind of question, I'm happy to.
Thank you very much, Gennaro. Very interesting insights from your company, and I think it's well known in the sector that Enel is actually one of the leading companies in digitization in the energy sector. And really great to see the input from you and hear about it. We spoke a lot about technology and possible threats. What about the human factor? Because I think there's also a big challenge to get the teams ready and to have really the right expertise in the company available to really fight cyber attacks, which we're all confronted with. How do you see that?
Oh, of course. Totally agree. Also with the last speech of the previous panel by New Morning, the president and co-founding member of CEO Council in Romania, and he remarked this aspect, the importance of the awareness of the people. It's one of our 8 processes that are on the base of our cybersecurity framework, and we try continuously to be aware, all the people inside our company, not just from the technical point of view, but also to prevent any kind of risk, because as Mr. Hugo Neumorning told before, we can implement any kind of process, any kind of technology solution, but at the end, if you receive a bad email on your laptop, you can create a very high risk for your company, for your business, and the business of your customer.
Okay, thank you very much. Then it's a little bit lonesome up here. So after we had our first speaker online, thank you very much, Gennaro. It would be great if the other panelists could join, and I'll start with the one and only woman we have today on the panelist, Andrea Junica, if you would like to join us. Hello. Andrei, Zafa, Bogdan Toncescu, Vlad Boria, and hello. And then it's present also Mr. Zahi Levy. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, welcome here. Good to see you here. And I'd like to give the word to Andrei, the head of CES Romania, the CEO of CES Romania. And I'm curious to hear and see how well Chess is prepared and where you see the biggest challenges in terms of cybersecurity and cyber resilience currently and maybe in the future.
Okay, so thanks. I would like to first to thank for the organizing this event, because that's, I think, something to really link the energy industry with the authorities, with the decision maker on the state side, which are involved in the security and cyber security. I think it's a very good idea and something which is really necessary for some time. So that's first of all. The second is I'm not the ICT expert. I'm CEO, and that's something it was said as well before that let's say cybersecurity is not topic of IT anymore. It should be, and it is becoming the topic for all the companies, for all the employees. For us, I would say, like, this journey when cybersecurity got out of data rooms into the company was, I think, like 3 years ago when COVID came, and we had our network where everything was behind the firewalls. We had people working in the buildings. And then in a very short time, we had to move 1,000 people out of our offices. And that was the moment when we realized that we need to have these people connected to our systems. We were the maximum level of connection to our system was from outside. It was maybe email, maybe few people which were, let's say, more experienced, more experts. They had the access from outside to our network, and then we had pretty much all the employees with the computers. They had to work from home, and that was the moment when we had to start to really seriously discuss how to make sure that all these people connecting from outside are connected safely, and it doesn't bring the risk to our network. We had to discuss which systems we can allow to be accessed from outside, and what system are better to really keep behind the firewalls within our networks, because they represent really big risk. Because we are running something which is critical infrastructure. We are running something where all the people in the regions are dependent on. So we cannot run the risk. So we need to make sure that we deliver electricity 24/7, 365 days, and we are working in a different environment. So that was the moment when we really realized, outside of CIO, that there is something we need to really pay attention to, and we need to really take it seriously. And the other thing is as well, like, of course, we took over, as Corneli was saying, we took over the house in 2005. We took over the house, which a lot of things were done manually. There were no systems, there was very limited number of systems, and over the years we implemented a lot of systems. The future is gonna be very different. So we are at the beginning of energy transition. So the networks, the usage of the energy will significantly change. So the number of systems we have now, number of smart equipments in the network we have now, it's, I would say, nothing compared to what is it going to be in 10 years, what is it going to be in 20 years. Because the network will be decentralized heavily, everything will be managed automatically, and all of this is about data, it's about system, but it's as well, every single piece of that network is the vulnerability from the perspective of cybersecurity, and that's something what we have to take care of. What as well for us started, as well, I think it was 2 years ago, was the discussion how to make people in the company aware of what it means cyber, because that was topic. It started to be topic for the top management. It started to be something which we discussed, but every single employee is potentially threat, or it's potentially the door into our systems. So we started and we started testing. We started to make the internal. First, we started internal education. Then we started to have, let's say, groups of employees which were target of some, let's say, internal tests of sending the malicious emails and really testing what's happening, going through the trainings. And we saw that this is really issue. We were going a step further. We started to really educate more. We are now on the level where last year we had to really introduce it as one of the important KPIs for the employees. So we have every single employee which is working with equipment is evaluated and based on the way how he's behaving from the perspective of cyber. It was something when last year it brought a lot of emotions because people started to come because they didn't really understand why we are doing it. They started to come and they started to question and they started to challenge why I just click on some email, why you are punishing me? Because, you know, I'm receiving hundreds of emails, I'm receiving thousands of emails, I'm working hard and I just opened something. And we had to start to explain that, you know, you are working hard, you are receiving a lot of emails, but that one click of yours might be the door for someone to just take over our network. So yes, you are working hard, but you need to really think what you are doing. You need to think what might be the consequence of it. We are running critical infrastructure. We are not bakery where worst case we will not bake the bread and people will buy the bread next door. But we just cannot play with that. And that was the moment in the moment when we turned the cybersecurity into something which is subject to evaluation of every employee. This is subject to potential variable pay of every employee. That was the moment and it was the turning point where people started to talk about it and people started to take it seriously. So we continue with these tests because that's something what we really believe it's important. And that's the way how we are making cybersecurity topic for all the people in the organization, and that's something what we believe it's important. The other thing which is very important, and that's very important that we had here the representatives of states and authorities, is the fact that, and it was mentioned by someone, cybersecurity cost. We took over companies in 2005. And since then, we are expected that our costs will be every year. We are going to be more efficient. We are every year going to be 2% more, 2% cheaper than we were the previous years, which is fine. We are delivering it, but then there are things which are coming new. So we started with companies which had almost no systems. We have a lot of systems now. We pay a lot of. We are paying a lot of money for those systems. And now we are talking about cybersecurity. It's when you talk to cyber expert, they will tell you there is never enough money for the security. You can always spend more. It can be always better. We need to really have the fair discussions with the authorities, with the experts in the cyber, in the security. What is the level of cybersecurity which is acceptable, what are the costs of it, and how these things are addressed, because this is something which is really crucial. And having the discussion on the level of the sector, because each of us, if there will be any company, we might have a different opinion, we might have a different sensitivity, we can give to it different importance. But as Cornelius said, we are operating the networks and we are operating critical infrastructure of the country, and we need to have a discussion with the representatives of the country what is expected from us. And we need to have a discussion with ANRE how these costs are afterwards translated into tariffs, because everything what we do as operators is at the end paid by the customer. So it's not something which is us. It's the regulator which is giving us the rules. It's the regulator who is telling us how much we can spend and how is it translated into the tariffs. And it's the regulator who is telling us what are the priorities. Is the priority extension of network? Is the priority cyber? It's priority prosumers? all these things are coming through the methodologies, and this discussion is very important, and I think this conference is, I think, one of the very important milestone in these discussions. So, well, thanks. I will stop here.
Thank you, Andrei. Actually, very, very good points. And well, you spoke about the costs, but there are, of course, also the avoided costs. If you think about the costs, if you are really attacked and you're not prepared, the avoided costs can be, well, then no longer avoided costs. They will be a lot higher than the investments which are necessary. And I hope that the negotiations and discussions with the authorities are fruitful in this respect for the whole sector. I would like to hand over then to Andrea Ionica. Andrea, you have a long history not only in energy but also in the telecoms, and actually a sector, well, which is of course very digitized. And I'm curious to hear from you also what are maybe your comparisons or differences you see in the preparations of the sector and the status, etc.
Good morning from my side also, and thank you very much for the invitation. Maybe a kind suggestion from Mr. Boda for your future events. Diversity in the energy world could be one of the topics. I'm happy to see familiar faces in the room, and I'm sure that that's going to be also a well-received topic in an industry which is still very male-oriented. But indeed, the topic of today is really crucial. It's crucial for us also at E.ON because if you look into the developments of the last years, and not only with so many digital developments actually on all fronts, it's clearly that cybersecurity is on everyone's minds equally for us. And because you also mentioned, Frank, a comparison with my previous year in telcos, happy to share some insights from that industry also. But I will start with a bit of insights of E.ON Romania and actually how serious we take into account this cybersecurity topic. So as we have already established very clearly direction in terms of strategy, growth, digital and sustainability, everything concerning digital in our both segments, in supply and in distributions, are happening across the new technologies. And the new technologies with so many benefits that are equally bringing a lot of risks and vulnerabilities equally. And it took us a bit of time to educate the company that whatever we implement as new technologies on our users, the extra attention we need to put into it comes also with the extra cost, as Andre mentioned, but actually with extra risks. So what we are currently doing in terms of cybersecurity strategy at the company level, of course, following a lot of the group guidelines, because there are a lot of investment in new cybersecurity solutions, tools, and so on. We are trying first to invest in our grids because, SCADA, it's old. It hasn't been properly established from the beginning with all these cybersecurity new requirements. And this, of course, requires additional investment. So all the digital solutions that we are developing equally in the distribution segment as well as customer solutions are coming with extra tools and extra investment in cyber. And this is not only reflecting at our employee base, but we are also trying to educate our customer base because there has been a lot of attacks also towards our customers with wrong information campaigns, trying to convince them to introduce their users into websites which are not coming from trustful sources. So we are trying also to educate our customer base, our more than 3.4 million customers, on how to use actually our web portal, the MyLine application services, and everything concerning their data in relationship to E.ON. And that's an ongoing exercise, right? It doesn't come so natural and so easy. It takes a bit of time and takes a bit of effort in keep communicating on these facts. Internally, the human factor is important, and I also recognize what Andre said. People are not easily accepting that whatever click they make, whatever site they enter, it can add a potential extra risk. So a lot of phishing campaigns are being done by our cybersecurity department. Sometimes they become a bit annoying because they seem to be very motivating when you read the title. You just won a lottery ticket, or this is your holiday, dream holiday, just click. Of course, people have the tendency to click those information, but then there is a bit of a follow-up that we always try to do, explaining the risk, explaining why it's not advisable to introduce your company credentials there, and in this way actually also protecting your own data. So identifying also the vulnerabilities, because we do operate in a lot of old systems yet in Romania, and we try now on a regular basis to identify vulnerabilities, scan them on a monthly basis. There is an extra group attention actually on this topic, which we are also following in Romania. And I think although cybersecurity is not necessarily, or it is a very technical IT-related topic, the attention at the board level, it's being increasingly over the last years. We are even running simulation cyber attacks, and we had very interesting workshop with some cyber specialists from Israel, really trying to teach all of us, first of all, on the bad consequences that an attack can have on our networks, our system. Secondly, what has to be done in such situation, how to handle actually the entire response alert in these cases, and then becoming aware. And I think from the top, with this extra attention and the tone, we manage also to send out in the organization the right message that cybersecurity is becoming a serious issue. Indeed, we also need extra investment because everything which is related now to the new technology requires extra investments. We are actually increasing our IT budgets yearly, constantly, and indeed we have the same issue into the recognition of this cost. Therefore, we are also running a lot of open dialogues with the authorities, explaining why it is equally important to recognize this investment in digital technologies, in cybersecurity solution, as we are operating in critical infrastructure in Romania. So I think it's a mutual way to actually be convinced that all this investment must be recognized, and then allow us as utility players a bit of more space also for further investments, not only in this technical solution, but then of course in the grid and in everything we are developing on the product and services side for our customers. So in a nutshell, Frank, this is how we are approaching cybersecurity at E.ON. Telcos are, of course, doing more or less the same. I think they have even more challenges on their front. If you look into the easiness of the access now of so many data sources, and the mobile phone becoming actually such an essential tool in our lives. And I know from my colleagues in the telco industry that they are also investing a lot. They are adding additional extra resources, especially on the data and on the customer data protection, because that's equally important. And they also have an open dialogue and a constant dialogue with the entire customer base on why is it important and how to use actually safely your mobile phone, your data, the mobile networks, and so on. So it's clearly a topic we're going to see more and more important, also in the light of all the recent political situation with Ukraine. And I think it's in each of us responsibility. At the end of the day, we should not necessarily point to the board or the CIO or the CTIO. It's in our hands and responsibility to pay a bit of an extra attention on how we use technology, where we give our data, what sites are we accessing, and so on and so forth. So it's exactly like sustainability. I believe it's our own responsibility to make it work.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Actually, Hugo also spoke earlier about disaster recovery tests and plans. Are you doing these things? And also Andrei at Chess, because both of you, I would like to address this question to both of you, because that must be quite a challenge to do that in a live environment.
Oh, so that's definitely one of the topic which is important for us. We had many years ago we had the experience, and luckily we had this experience many years ago when we had a problem with the servers, and it took us a couple of days to make everything running back. So since then, that's something what everyone is referring to like we need to do those things because, you know, do you remember, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago when this happened and what we were not able to do? And again, that was in the times when the number of systems was very different. So that's something which is, thanks to that historical experience, it's something which is a really serious topic, and we are spending a lot of time and money on this.
We also run such tests, Franks. Of course, sometimes difficult when you look into a live operating model. One example I can share with you, it's called the red button exercise. Right after the war just started at our border, of course, there was a lot of worry and a lot of fear also towards our group colleagues that our local operation might get easily attacked. And we try to simulate a sort of a disconnection, right, from the central network and from central systems in case such an event it could happen. And I think since then we are running this sort of exercise on a regular basis to be prepared also for the worst, unfortunately. But we have the confidence that we can actually be ready when something like that is happening. And of course you can never be 100% ready, prepared for such an attack, but at least we are taking some proactive measures. We are trying to have very strong cyber resilience plan in place with backup plans, with mitigation solutions in case of such events. Let's hope that, at least for Romania, we will never be exposed to such a situation as Ukraine, which of course is going to be, I would say, quite a struggle.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I would like to come, well, let's say the backbone of our network, Transelectrica. Bogdan, you're here to represent Transelectrica, and also for you the challenges must be, I assume, very big. I mean, coming from, let's say, we all know the old energy world where we had, I don't know, 10, 20 power plants maybe, then we had the transport network, 8 distribution companies. At least on paper, that looked a lot easier than the world we are facing now, with lots of additional, also industrial-sized renewable parks coming up, which are usually connected to the Transelectrica grid, and really additional challenges also on your side. And without Transelectrica running the network safely, I think, not that it would be good if something happened on distribution side, but the Transelectrica not working, I think we're all in a mess. But let's see how you are prepared for this.
Thank you, first of all, for having me here and allowing me the opportunity to share some of our concerns and plans also. Indeed, you're right. We're in a very hot spot, so to say, because on one side we need to get the grid ready to integrate all the renewables, the second wave of renewables that is going to be developed in Romania. On the other side, we need to make new interconnections, and I'm not talking only about our neighbors that we have been for some time interconnected with. We had the emergency synchronization with Ukraine and Moldova last year. We're talking about a new interconnection by an undersea cable with Georgia and Azerbaijan in the near future. And all of these, of course, come with cybersecurity challenges, and it's definitely one of our main concerns and priority in everything that we're doing. We also have our own projects, digitalization projects. If we're talking about the Alba Iulia substation, which is going to be the first substations that is going to be refurbished in a full digital concept. We have smart grid projects, talking here about the Carmen project that's been included on the PCI list, and we also have our own internal plans for digitalization. We are having right now an advisory project through the Advisory Hub. It was commissioned by the European Bank for Investment, that it's aimed at getting the company more digitalized, both from a processes point of view, procedures, but also from project management and basically to get all the technology that we need for our internal operations. So yes, all of these, and not to mention that we have probably one of the largest, if not the largest, fiber optic network in the country. It's basically as big as our grid. So yeah, you can think of a lot of vulnerabilities that come with all these projects and the position Transelectrica is in, and of course, one of the main priorities that we have is cybersecurity. To this end, I would like to mention one other project that we have. We signed, that we have to this end, we signed a grant agreement with the United States government through USDDA this year in February. It's going to be a pilot project, a cybersecurity project, and the feasibility study to this end. We got a grant of $1 million from USDDA, and we have 2 American firms that are going to do this pilot and the feasibility study in order to lay ground for the future development of a security operational center in Transelectrica. So this is, so to say, what's happening and what's been happening recently, and what our plans for the futures are, for the future are. My colleagues from the panel have been talking about the human resource and the people aspect in this topic. And what I'd like to say is that we take that into consideration very carefully, and even through this advisory project that we have, one of the main components is the change management component, and training people and explaining to people all the changes that are going to come, and how they need to adapt so that we reduce all vulnerabilities, especially the cyber ones, to a minimum.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, good to see that there's also collaboration on international level happening, and also international funding available, because as we discussed also, as your colleagues already mentioned, the financial challenges are also quite substantial for the whole industry. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to hand over to Vlad Boria. Vlad, you have, well, already since childhood experience with computers, programming, and also SCADA systems. Not in childhood, but a little bit later. But how do you see the latest developments, challenges, and what are you facing also in the real world with your customers?
Yeah, so I'm the IT guy in the room. I really like the way Andre was building it on top of what the role people are having, and what the person and the employee in the organization and the collaborator, and how they work together, they do impact the security of the whole ecosystem. So it's important to understand that security, cyber or otherwise, is not just a bunch of technologies that we throw at in a picture. It's more about the ecosystem and how we design and work around the inherent risks, security-related risks. And with this, in this aspect, I think the human factor is still, as it has been, and I think it will always be the most breachable, let's say, component of any system. And we must pay very much, we must design security systems and systems in general to take into account to really take this into account. For example, if I implement let's say a password integrity restriction that is so complex, so I make users write down their passwords on post-its, then I kind of defeated the purpose. And there's also another example in this area. For example, I think we are all familiar right now with the warning that we have on emails: caution, this email originated from outside your organization. Now, when this first came in and was very trendy, everybody was upset. Oh, I keep seeing this flag, take it off, take it up. And then there was this, the people from the IT came, no, it's important, all these phishing attacks, and it's important to have it there. Now, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years later, nobody cares about it, nobody sees it. I mean, I don't think that this has any, actual impact. So, yeah, cybersecurity will always be an issue, and there's actually not so much innovation going on in the actual security part of it. So if you look at how the technologies are evolving, mainly we are using the same technologies but applied in different aspects. For example, cryptography, which is kind of at the basic of what we're doing now and how these systems are designed to operate. If cryptography fails, all security fails, and if quantum computing, for example, if it proves to be feasible, then all cryptology will fail. So there are these risks coming on the technology side, which are really not addressed, in my view, and we're gonna see. I mean, nobody really knows what we're gonna see here. But coming back to your question, I think that the sensible approach is to take it from the design of the system and to always redesign and rethink about the processes whenever you're trying to address a security-related issue.
Everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, new tools are coming up, ChatGPT. Like one thing to mention, which is now everywhere present in media, online, offline, wherever you look for it. Do you see an impact of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity issues already now, or is that affecting the development? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. What I see right now is also related to the human factor. So I think the serious threat that AI poses right now is its ability to mimic human behavior. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some security attacks which are designed around this thing, around let's say, maybe I'm speculating right now, but an AI agent which learns how particular users in an organization talk, react, and then it can play a sort of man in the middle and pretend that it's somebody else from the organization asking something. So it's everybody's talking about AI right now, but the developments that we see in AI are very specific, and what we are now seeing, what we are experiencing is a boom related to the ability of AI to mimic human speech and to respond to challenges on a given structure, and to really, it can really trick you that you're talking to a human person. So this is kind of from this direction, I think that the biggest threat, security-related threat coming from AI is right now. They still can't do the CAPTCHA, So I don't know whether this was very popular a few days ago. It went viral. So it wasn't about ChatGPT, but it was another AI engine, and it was challenged. The user it seems that the AI still can't do the CAPTCHA, and the user challenged the AI. How would you get over this? And what the AI did was it hired humans with TaskRabbit. And it kind of tricked them into thinking that he would be someone asking for assistance, and he's visually impaired or something like that. And he had humans to actually solve the CAPTCHA. So it's pretty crazy.
Yes, I think both huge chances and challenges and risks are involved with that, and it's actually really amazing if you see what these tools can already deliver now, but it can of course also always be misused. That's absolutely clear. Okay, thank you, Vlad. We have one more speaker online also. That's Elad Shaviv, the Business Development Director of the Israeli Electric Corporation. I hope you can hear and see us very well.
Yeah, bună dimineața. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, it's all good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you for the invitation, and apologize that I couldn't be on site in presence, but I do plan to come to Romania quite soon, and will be glad to meet with everyone. So I will use a few slides and wanted to take a bit more strategic approach. I've been engaged with cybersecurity for many years. I've used to head all the Cisco security business across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I've headed several startups in the security business. And I think that the world, especially in the power utility, so I've joined the IEC, the Israel Electric Corporation, about a year ago. And I think that cyber for sure is becoming a very critical issue for all the power utilities, but I think that the world is changing, and I think that everyone that is dealing with security and at the end of the day, electricity reliability, need to understand the changes that the electricity market is going through. And I would like to very briefly take you through the journey that we have started at IEC, explain what we're doing, and we're working today also with power utilities outside of Israel. So this is a teaser, and I would be more than glad to proceed it with anyone who has an interest. So next slide, please. So first of all, just a quick introduction to the Israeli Electric Corporation. This is the sole power utility in Israel. We have additional actors today in part of the power section, but we are still by far the dominant and critical provider of the national electricity system in Israel, working vertically across all the elements from generation, transmission, distribution, and supply. So we have very high responsibility to ensure smooth operation, especially that Israel is an energy island, so we cannot count on anyone else. I think that most people would be familiar also that we have a very challenging geopolitical conditions, and IEC specifically in our infrastructure is one of the most cyber attacked companies in the world. And to have another challenge on top of that, we have extreme changes in the grid and the grid requirements happening just now in Israel. So we feel pretty proud to still be ranked one of the world's leading performance in terms of reliable and accessible, affordable energy here. Next slide, please. What we have acknowledged over the last probably 2-3 years is the energy and the electricity world is changing. We have the 3Ds, the digitalization, decentralization, and decarbonization, bringing renewable into the playing ground. And with those three huge changes, we understand that we need to have a different approach to security. So digitalization, if beforehand we could, as in cybersecurity, we could deal mainly with the IT infrastructure. Now, most of the elements are becoming digitized, which provides huge benefits, but also a lot of threats. Decentralization with so many different actors now connected and a lot of end systems which are very susceptible to threats, and renewables, which adds another challenge to the security of the system. So we need to have an secured and operational electricity in a very fast changing environment, which is something new for power utilities. And at the end of the day, what we need to ensure is that we are moving toward a systematic approach that will enable us to be very proactive and very dynamic. Next slide, please. In order to do that, we looked first of all on what is the definition of electricity security. We took here the US Department of Defense for electricity security, because cybersecurity by itself for us has no meaning. At the end of the day, what is important is to ensure smooth operation and energy security to the customers, and that means that we need to avoid any adverse impact of energy disruptions, which may be caused either by natural, accidental, or intentional events. And when we're looking on those possible causes of disruption, we see three types of threats. So one is digital, and this is what we typically address as cybersecurity. The other one is electrical, and the third one is physical. And we understood that we have to look on all three in a systematic approach for two reasons. One is that it's becoming tougher and tougher to distinguish between what is physical, what is electrical, what is digital, especially that we are digitizing the whole system. And the second is that there is so much that we can gain from one aspect to the other aspect. So we are moving from very siloed operation into a systematic operation. And the second thing that we understood, next slide, please, is that we need to look on any possible occurrence in a life cycle approach. So we are starting on security by design for all three aspects, digital, physical, and electrical. And of course, we're trying to prevent everything, but we do acknowledge that you can't prevent everything. You need to have very fast identification and response, and take any occurrence as an opportunity to improve and work as a life cycle to improve next time security by design. And in order to look on those two things of life cycle and a systematic approach, next slide, please. We've built the matrix, which I apologize, but we could not put it here with all the details, but I will be more than glad to go deeper into this on one-on-one meetings. And basically, we looked on what do we need for every process of the life cycle, every step of the life cycle, for cyber, for physical, and for electrical security. And the interesting thing is that we've found out that many of the systems can help in both cyber, physical, and electrical. They can help also in different steps of the life cycle or different phases. And what we're doing here is we looked on what are our internal capabilities that we had, sort of legacy capabilities. We have developed several products that we could not find in the market, and right now we're deploying them actually all across the world. And we have also leveraged our innovation activity. So we are investing in companies, we're running a lot of pilots, and we are building that sort of a holistic approach, if you can move to the next slide, please, that enables us to migrate from the legacy world on the left-hand side, where we looked on each item of the network as a specific component, and where we could afford to be more reactive and more static, because if you think about the electricity network, it wasn't too dynamic. You had large consumers, you could have the opportunity to be reactive today with less predictable renewables, with electric vehicles, which is very dynamic, with data centers and other critical loads. You must become much more proactive and dynamic. And in order to do that, you must look on the whole grid in a systematic approach and build a sort of a comprehensive approach that will address electrical, cyber, and physical threats and how they are being interconnected, and you can address all the vulnerabilities that would have interconnected impact. So that's really in a nutshell about the approach that we are taking, and that we are right now also implementing not only here, but also at other countries where actually we have been in contact with several of the utilities in Romania, and I would certainly welcome to proceed discussions beyond this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting insights, especially, as you said, from a company which is one of the most attacked ones in the world. So obviously you have a lot of experience. And how is your workforce handling this? And how do you get the people ready to handle these permanent threats and always new changes, threats which are coming towards your organization?
So besides having, of course, a very professional and experienced cyber team, we have looked on exactly what you are saying, and we understood that one of the major issues is also the awareness and the interaction or engagement of not only the cyber team but other teams. And we've developed a special tool, we called it RCMA, which we work with different people in the organization, not only workers. I mean, it's through the whole levels of the organization to understand what is the awareness level and where are the gaps that we need to address, and we can then match it across any type of standard or any other benchmark to understand where are the gaps that we need to fill up. So that is one of the tools that we are using right now, again here, and we can offer it also in other places, that is really helpful to bring into the game all the different people which are outside of the cyber organization.
Thank you very much, Elad. Very interesting. Then our last speaker, last but not least, last speaker on the board, of course, please. So Mr. Zahi Levi, the Business Development Director for Cyber Defense Solutions at Elbit Systems.
Hello and thank you. We have a presentation, supposed to have. Yeah, so this is just a presentation, so slow. Next slide, please. So I'm Tzachi, I'm leading the business development for all cyber defense, cyber security in Elbit C4I and Cyber. Quick 2 slides about Elbit, and then we will dive into the details. Elbit is the largest defense company in Israel. Last year, 5.5 billion in revenues. 18,000 employees, most of them are in Israel, large subsidiary in the US. Working in large-scale projects and also focusing on development and intellectual property, especially in the cyber defense, which we'll talk right now. Next slide, please. So Elbit is, as I mentioned, a very large company. Our business unit is part of C4I and Cyber, which you see there in the center, focusing on cyber solutions for military, government, and critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. Elbit has been in this field for more than 20 years. We are developing our own intellectual property products, specifically identifying advanced persistent threats in IT networks and also OT networks protection. I will cover that in just a few minutes. And hand in hand with that, we are the provider of large-scale integration projects. When we are coming to protect critical infrastructure like energy companies or distribution companies or oil and gas, you are required to integrate multiple components, legacy system and others in an integrated project, because as a standalone solution for each one of the cyber components, we identify it is not sufficient. A lot of the times the information coming in from one entity or one product is not fed up to the higher level, and then you are not able to respond quickly enough, especially we see that in ransomware attacks. If your entire consortium of products or integrated system is not fine-tuned and aligned, you miss the opportunity to protect, and then you are starting to chase the attack instead of mitigating it in the initial stages. We have multiple deployments both in government and military organizations worldwide. We are working with all cyber-related agencies in Israel, both in the cyber intelligence part and also the Israeli National Cyber Directorate, with active projects related to cybersecurity. Next slide, please. I have these few projects as references. I will touch first mostly the top one. We have provided a full-blown national electricity company cybersecurity project, where we actually established from scratch all IT and OT cybersecurity solutions. for the entire national grid, including the headquarters of the electricity company and also 40 plus substations where we are protecting the OT network and also providing physical security. So although we have not coordinated, myself and the previous presenter from the electricity company, we are fully aligned with the vision that physical and cyber and the electrical risks are eventually interconnected, and if you don't have that as an integrated system, a lot of the times you may miss the cyber attack or the indicators that may allow you to prevent the attack before it happens. We are also providing other solutions for critical infrastructure like airports and other smart buildings in Israel. My main point here is that on top of just implementing cybersecurity solutions, you need to have an operational background and experience in the type of organization you are protecting. You cannot just block a cyber attack on a critical facility by enclosing the process or shutting down the system, because if you do that, you interfere with the operational flow of information. In OT networks is a whole new ballgame because you cannot even interfere. You always only on the detection side. Our concept and what we bring into to the environment and what we found is very crucial for our partners and customers is to have the operational experience in understanding and constructing together with the customer what is the playbook and what is the mitigation plan for each type of attack. Because as I mentioned, not all the time you can isolate the endpoint or to close the network, because eventually that means that you are shutting down the capacity of the operational capacity of the customer. Next slide, please. Actually, because I'm the last speaker, all the risks and the challenges were already discussed, but I wanted to touch a small point which was raised in the previous remarks. I agree that cyber attacks are, a lot of them are based on cost, and it's sort of a business. Eventually, in our perspective, coming from being a defense company, these attacks, especially against energy companies, oil and gas, critical infrastructure, are orchestrated and financed by nation-state hackers. What the hackers did, they took, let's say, for example, ransomware, which was originally for money gain and extortion. They took the encryption side and removed the ability to take the payment. Once you encrypt the system, you're actually destructing it. This is so you are weaponizing an existing vulnerability or an existing malware, and you're taking it to a whole new ball game where your entire purpose is destruction. So this is what we saw in the 2015-2016 attacks against the Ukrainian oil grid, in Black Energy, or this was the case for Petya and not Petya cyber attacks. These were probably the largest cyber attacks in the history of the world, based on ransomware, which there was no money gain behind it. The entire purpose was to destroy and encrypt the systems that were attacked. And this is where we are coming from. We are helping our partners, whether these are nations or critical infrastructure, to close the gap or to identify the critical risks and put in place multiple solutions. Some of them are ours, some of them are with partners, and integrating them in an efficient way to provide active cyber protection and cyber resiliency. Next slide, please. In terms of our overall portfolio, we are looking at comprehensive cyber solutions. So actually, you see the rectangular, which is exactly very similar to what you saw in the IEC presentation, but the items here are different. Elbit is providing 3 pillars in each of our solutions.
technology, which are the actual products, some of them are developed by us and some by partners. Knowledge and knowledge transfer, meaning that we are training our partners and customers to, first of all, identify and work in a secured, integrated security operations center. And on the other hand, we are giving them the knowledge and experience to do that by themselves, meaning that they can train their own personnel. This can be on the company level and also on the national level, depending on the country. There is no standard formula for cybersecurity. Each country is doing it differently. In each country, you have different regulatory bodies or responsible bodies that are responsible, for example, the manpower that will man the electricity company security teams. And this is, depending on the customer and the country, can be deployed in several ways. And the last one is professional services, and this relates to what I discussed in the beginning, where you have operational, knowledgeable personnel who are installing the cybersecurity and installing the configuration and rules for the cybersecurity cyber protection suite. You need to have people who are familiar and have experience in the operational processes before you implement the cybersecurity playbooks. You cannot protect an electricity company like you protect a bank. These are two separate things, and the requirements here are different. On the right side, you can see just an example of a national level or large critical infrastructure cybersecurity solution. It involves key elements in terms of 4 main spectrums. First of all is prediction. Cyber threat intelligence is key, especially today, where you have a lot of the hackers and hacking groups are sharing information in darknet forums in trying to identify maybe new vulnerabilities or new attack path. And you find these questions online, surprisingly, where someone in a dark forum asks, does anyone have access to this company? And actually gives the name of the targeted company. Now, as a CEO or as a CIO of that company, you would like to have that information beforehand, because then you know this individual or this email address or this domain may be subjected to future cyber attacks, and you can better prepare. So this is preparation and prediction. Second one is protection. The protection have multiple components: firewalls, antiviruses, network access control, different types of solutions that are deployed in the network. If you are not integrating them together to a centralized monitoring capability, each one of them can function, but it will not be efficient. You will not gain the exact outcome that you want and the ability to respond in time. The third layer is detection, and this is where Elbit solutions are built, and we are working on dedicated solutions for critical networks. We have a dedicated solution for air-gapped networks, IT networks, which was originally developed for the Israeli Defense Forces, but is deployed in other government and critical infrastructure, protecting the most critical IT networks for these organizations. And on the other end, you have OT protection, and we have a dedicated solution for OT monitoring and vulnerability assessment to allow us to basically protect the 2 layers of IT and OT. Next slide, please. So if the previous picture showed a large-scale, full-blown cyber protection, this is where our solutions are the solutions that we developed in-house. So you see the IT endpoint IT protection and the OT security in the bottom. We are also working very strongly on cyber threat intelligence collection and fusion. These are for a national level, or the National Cyber Directorate basically have a dedicated, in Israel for example, had a dedicated department for energy. So this level of organization needs to have a clear fusion capability for cyber threat intelligence, because the amount of information is tremendous. You need some automated system to help the operator to understand what he is facing and give immediate actionable insights to the subordinate security operations center. These can be the security operations center of the electricity company, or the oil and gas company, or the health department. On the top right, you see Cyber Range or Cyber Simulator. We are a strong believer and deployer of cyber security training. In almost each of our cybersecurity solutions that we have deployed around the world, there is some critical need for knowledge for cybersecurity teams, and also, like my colleagues here said earlier, for the entire personnel of the organization, so what we call cyber awareness programs. Elbit is not in the business of security training. What we are doing is we are actually providing the capacity and the facility for organizations to train their own personnel on an ongoing basis without the dependency of Elbit as being the courses provider. So our partners gain two levels. First of all, additional cyber education, and secondly, self-sufficient capacity to train local personnel and also to conduct cyber awareness programs to other employees. This is on the battlefield, the cyber suit side, maybe it's less relevant, but we have a large portion of that, maybe less relevant for this session. That's basically it. If anyone has questions, we are here later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zai. Actually, very interesting. Also, maybe you can give an example, because naively speaking, I would have thought, okay, there are lots of devices, they're all digital and they can be attacked. But you said that actually operational processes are absolutely crucial for cyber protection. Maybe you can give an example. I understand that the risks are different. You mentioned banking and energy as two sectors as examples. Maybe you can give an examples of how the operational processes actually impact the cybersecurity approach.
Sure. Let's take electricity company for example. You have HMI systems who are basically the connection between the person and the OT network to operate the PLCs or anything else in the whether distribution or production process. You are not able to, once you detect a threat within the HMI, you are not able always to isolate that specific process or take it down or disconnect the system from the grid. Because once you do that, you lose control on the PLCs. So you have to find a way to, first of all, protect or isolate the incident without shutting down the system. So it's not the case for each and every threat. Sometimes you are able to isolate the network if it is, let's say, on an office level penetration. But if you have that already on your HMIs or other platforms that are responsible for the production process, if you take it out from the system or if you shut it down, you basically shut down the power station. You cannot continue producing electricity if you don't have control on your PLCs and you don't have monitoring. Another example that we are doing, we are working with airports. We are protecting the key command control system for the approach tower. There are 40 different systems within the flight attendant control console. You cannot take down the radar monitoring application, although it may be penetrated. So these operational processes, familiarity and experience that are taken into consideration as part of your cybersecurity deployment program and what we call playbook plan is key to allow continuous operational resiliency.
Good. Thank you very much. With this, we come to the end of this panel. Thank you very much for all the participants, also for the discipline. It was the largest and only diverse panel we had. So thank you very much. And I think next point is the coffee break, but...
Or maybe if we have some questions from the audience. We have 5 microphones, so take your time.
I have a strong question. All right, good. Okay, so my question is, because we're talking about resilience, so it's not so much about fencing the information system against attacks. It's about when the enemy is inside already, what the system do. What is his resilience for an enemy which is inside the system? How much of the protection is given to this feature, and how much is given to the fencing the system against attacks?
I think it's for me. First of all, thank you for your question. Our Elbit is providing dedicated cybersecurity solutions developed in-house. Our main focus is exactly what you mentioned. We are our EDR solution, endpoint detection and response. It's let's call it, for people who are not familiar, it's like the next generation of antivirus and next generation antiviruses. It is looking for a behavior. It is not looking for a signature. Antivirus is looking for a signature. If it's there, it's like a black and white sort of mechanism. In an EDR family of products, you are looking for a behavior, and then once you identify it, the system has automated processes to decide whether to just alert the user, alert the security operations center user, or to take an automatic approach. This EDR solution is aimed toward, we assume the perpetrator is already in the network. This is what we call the detection level of the solution. The protection level is what I mentioned earlier, like these are more signature-based or rule-based processes, like network access control, like firewalls, like antiviruses. These are protection. They see the attack, decide whether to allow the file or not. In the EDR family of products, you are detecting the threat and then immediately responding according to what you found. For example, if you're encountering a ransomware, a manual attack is not quick enough. You need to have an automated response to, for example, isolate the network. What we are taking into consideration here is that, for example, if the penetration was done by a phishing email, for example, like what happened in Petya and not Petya cyber attacks, once you have it on the originating endpoint in the organization, which can be, everybody likes to take the example of the secretary who downloads the file. So let's take this example. Once you have EDR agent on that secretary environment, it immediately identifies the file trying to what we call lateral movement to other entities in the network, and also another process that's called privilege escalation in the same machine. So once you identify multiple components, this is exactly the behavior. You're not familiar with the file. You never seen it before. Not Petya. The first attack that happened, it was the first time it appeared in the wild. It wasn't there before. Then there was not Petya. Very similar to Petya, but other files. So there was no signature here. So the behavior was detected. Something here is wrong. Close the machine. So the secretary will be cut off out of the network, but it will not propagate to your databases and maybe other sites which have less access. This is the idea. In OT network, it works a little bit different because you cannot isolate or you cannot interfere with OT networks processes, but you can change other access authorizations in order to mitigate the attack. Once it's detected. I hope I answered.
Vlad, you were keen to answer as well? No?
No?
Okay,
no,
sorry.
Playing with
I had the impression. Okay, Good. Are there any more questions? Yes, there's 1, 2, 3.
Hello, thank you all for your comprehensive interventions. My name is Irene, I'm a security and technology student and I focus on energy security. Now, renewables were mentioned also during this panel, but during the introductory session, and I was wondering, what are the cybersecurity implications on the power grid of using inverters that came from third countries? I'm referring to China, of course. I know it's a difficult question because some issues were raised with respect to inverters that come from China, at least in the United States, and I was wondering if something similar is happening in Europe or in Romania.
I can speculate a bit.
Vlad is confusing me whether he wants to answer or not.
No, I don't know. I don't know whether I was addressed. I mean, but I can speculate a bit maybe on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's a real threat here because inverters, they're usually not connected to any network, and even if they are, they're usually connected for a very specific purpose. So they're not roaming the network usually. So I don't think that there's any security risk here, but anyway, you can imagine also all sorts of science fiction scenarios. Let's say that maybe a producer, a manufacturer had the actual intent of developing a malicious device, and then, I don't know, but I think it's pretty far-fetched.
Yeah, maybe sorry, Andrea, do you want?
I can just add that we don't have such specific situation at in Romania, so I'm not aware of any potential risks caused by these inventors. Of course, we are careful with the provenience of all of our solutions, but specifically to your question, I am not aware of any risk. But I just like to applaud the interest of a young female for security and energy industry.
May I also comment?
Huawei, so probably this question is for me. And I can confirm all of the other speakers have mentioned that indeed it's just like a myth, an urban myth, like the 5G topic and all of the others. So indeed there are no security risks when it comes to actually accessing the customer data or affecting in any way the grid. So yeah, but we may work in more detail on this and discuss in the break. Okay,
yeah, if you allow me, I think you're focusing now on the inverters, but I think the problem behind that question is actually bigger because there are communication devices in many equipments which are connected to the network and inside and outside of organizations and interlinking organizations. Maybe inverter is not a critical example, but I think it's something we have to really also have to have an eye on. What does it mean to have technology used in devices which are from non-friendly, let's say, or not necessarily friendly states in the future? And we see all the discussions about certain companies, and I'm not saying whether they are justified or not, who are very present also here in the European market. So I think behind the question, maybe inverter not the issue, but the communication devices coming from other countries could be an issue. I think there was another question, two more questions.
Elad Shaviv wanted to say something online, and then we'll come back to the room.
Yeah, thank you. So just regarding the question about the inverters, I agree with the other speakers that there is, of course, there always a risk, but the risk of getting into the data might be a bit far-fetched, but I'm going back to what I've described as the overall risks. And for example, I'm not talking about maybe one inverter of a home, but if you're talking about large network of inverters or inverters of a farm, of a solar farm, then you may be able to inject different information which have a very strong impact on the electrical network. So again, we are going back into the electrical physical and digital threats. And certainly not, and I'm not talking about here just specifically about inverter from one country or another country, but the fact that you can certainly impact today the electrical grid, not only by approaching its data, but by impacting either smart meters, inverters, or other endpoint devices, and create a significant impact on the electrical grid.
Thank you very much for your intervention.
Yeah, I just wanted to close off on this inverter topic. I'm an electrical engineer at the origin. So how about a farm of 1,000 inverters shooting off harmonics in the network and frying off the panels and cutting off the power supply? I think that's a viable threat scenario, and it cannot be overlooked. That's just my opinion as an electrical engineer.
Thank you.
Can I add something about that, or we are?
Please. So the inverters are really
not
challenging.
Not specifically about the inverters, but in terms of this was mentioned earlier in the panel about supply chain attacks. First of all, it is tremendously hard to identify a sophisticated supply chain attack. Once it's in your network, it may, in a high percentage, succeed in executing the attack. There are multiple things that you can do. It starts from due diligence and supply chain companies that the organization work with to see what they are doing and what's their compliance in terms of supply chain attack. So this is one thing in terms of regulation. Actively, in terms of cybersecurity, this is also something that we develop, is a dedicated laboratory that you can check the equipment before you insert it to the network itself. So what we're doing is we're not just checking the equipment in terms of looking what it is doing, we're actually executing malwares to attack the specific network and try to see what the devices are doing or how they behave. Again, it is not 100% guaranteed to initiate the specific attack from the rogue device. And the last thing that you can do, and this relates to the gentleman question here, is that you have a dedicated equipment or technologies in place to allow you to detect misbehavior in your network. And then you may not know the original source beforehand, but once you have these anomalies in your network or misbehavior in your network, you are able to identify it and isolate it.
Vlad, please.
Yeah, this is a nice topic, sir. So this, whole idea of, we are using Chinese equipment, so what if China decides to attack us? How about TikTok? How many of us, I don't have it, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people have it. If I was the Chinese government and I would want to do a cyber attack, I would use TikTok. So, yeah. To make my point with regards to the fact that the human factor is still what is targeted in the end. Yeah, that's it.
Great. So unless there's another comment on the inverter, we have two more questions.
Hi, my name is Valentino. I'm from Greece Bertise, and it is a pleasure to be here. And thank you all for the presentation. And I would underline some topics that are coming out from the discussion. And the first one is that, in my opinion, the cybersecurity should be seen like a cost, but like an investment, more or less like an assurance investment. In fact, there are a lot of insurance companies that are trying to evaluate and protect from this risk, but it's very difficult, in particular in a field like energy, but also telecommunication is more or less the same, where a risk and a threat could be potentially impact all the system and the nation. This is the first point. And so we have to face with this risk in an approach that we can call risk-based approach, where we have to set up a risk that we are able to accept, and then plan the investment in this way. The second point is that, the ET and OT world until now are separated world, but from today, with the digitalization project, with the energy sector that is even more closer to the service. Let's think about e-mobility, energy management of the house, or also the industry. So there is a sort of convergence between ET and OT, and we cannot consider more these worlds completely separated. And the last point is that the cybersecurity is strictly related to the business, so it is very good. It is a very good thing that this topic is bring to the CEO level, as chats. I think that we have to move in those directions to be more efficient in face with the cybersecurity topic inside the energy world. So also because the European Union asked to digitalize the network, and this digitalization is a cause of a more connected world. So it is important to affront this topic in this way, I think. And so we in Green Expertise, we work exactly in this way, so try to digitalize the network, so making the network more resilient, more affordable, and also more secure. So I think we can plan a discussion all together in this sense. So thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question before we go into the coffee break? Or two more questions, sorry.
Which is the first one? This is mine. My name is Mihai Mladin. I'm the head of projects within Romanian Energy Center. Thank you for the very interesting presentations and interventions. I would say that it's obvious that with the exponential increase of digitalization of energy, the challenges, the cybersecurity issues are also extensively growing. But in the last couple of years, we observed shifting tactics within cyber criminality. And we are addressing this within the project we have under implementation. It is called CyberSeas. And my question is mainly for the cybersecurity solutions providers. To what extent are you considering these shifting tactics in cybercriminality with your solutions? And of course, this question may be addressed to the energy operators as well, if they are aware about these shifting tactics, and when considering to purchase cybersecurity solutions, they properly consider this challenge too.
Thank you. First of all, we are aware of additional tactics adding to the arsenal of cyber criminals or nation-state hackers in trying to penetrate or steal information or destruction of networks. There is a national, international cybersecurity frameworks that help the cybersecurity community understand and be prepared for these type of attacks. Mitre attack framework, for example, is a set of tactics and actions that are done by the perpetrators or by the malware itself along the attack chain. we are constantly addressing or comparing our solutions to see that we meet the new tactics that are identified, and by that we are bringing the solutions to be able to support the detection of these new tactics. For example, the switch that has comes to cloud-related cyber attacks, or virtual machines, like all the recent vulnerabilities in VMware that were identified. And so you need to have your development and research team constantly researching and addressing these issues. So internally, in terms of product development, this is what we are doing. On the other hand, in terms of the full-blown implementation, you need to have the right boundaries or regulations in place in order to allow you to address these attacks. It's a constant race between the hackers and the protectors. I assume it will never end.
Yeah, absolutely. I will give you also an example about shifting tactics in cyber criminality. It is about multiple stages attacks, and stealing sensitive data is a precondition basically for the real cyber attack. And this should be in principle addressed in advance, not to reach to the final target at the end.
It's not just Elbit, but all EDR developers in the world, the big ones like CrowdStrike or SentinelOne, all of them are saving information backwards. You cannot face new cyber attacks with just looking at what you have currently in your network. You need to look backwards to see what happened and then correlate this information together. So what you're calling, I would call it a dormant agent that is waiting for information to come in, or is waiting for after the initial penetration to continue to the next stage. You cannot identify it with traditional, let's call it antivirus tools. You need to have a storage, big data analysis to run on that information and give you the detection. Yeah, that's the era we are living in.
Absolutely, thank you very much.
From an utility provider, because you have addressed this question to us also, I can just confirm that being part of an international group with presence in 15 countries across Europe, we also rely quite a lot on the good work that the cyber central security team is doing, being also part of all the international European cyber associations and trying to prevent or be a bit ahead of such trends with the shifting methodologies that the hackers are doing. So with that in mind, and via exchanges that are currently running between the group and all the European countries where it's playing, we also try to be ahead of these trends, understand them, be part of working groups, testing of the new solution, and then of course embrace them also locally in Romania. So it's just a continuous, I would say, dialogue and collaboration we have with the central colleagues, trying to understand everything happening on the hackers' mind and new trends.
Yes, thank you very much. I will invite you also to be part of the market interest group within the context of this project that is quite interesting, and of course you can have a valuable input further on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and one last question. So, all the rest in the coffee break. So.
My name is Andrei Oros. I'm from the Sources blockchain. My question is toward the energy producers in the room. Given that the industry is slowly transitioning toward decentralization, my curiosity is whether or not your companies are open to decentralization, and if so, what are you doing to facilitate it? Thank you.
Well, producers, we only have Chess here as producer. Correct me if I say something wrong, yeah, but I don't think Danske Electrica or E.ON have any production resources, but Chess is quite big in the renewables.
So thanks for the question, but I think it's the question more to the distribution transmission providers, because us as a producers, okay, we have the production, but when it comes to decentralization, the decentralization will mean that the traditional producers, they will still have their role, but the future will be about more and more production, which is going to be done by consumers. It will be done on the side of consumption. And this is where the role of the distributors, potentially transmission operators, will play the role. And that's something where we are at the beginning of this big boom. So like we had last year, I think we had around, if I remember well, 6,000, 7,000 prosumers connected to our network. And we have only in first 3 months, we had 4,000. So we had like, in the first 3 months, we had almost the same number of prosumers connected to network as in the whole last year. And the previous year, it was just fraction of what was connected last year. So what is our role is to make it happen. So to make the customers to be able to connect. There are a lot of challenges which are linked to it because our networks were not built for it. Our networks were built in last 50 years for the standard structure of the network that where are some big power plants. Those big power plants are connected to transmission operator. Transmission operator is bringing electricity on our border, and then we are delivering it to the customers. We are now in the situation when every house is becoming producer. We have a certain install capacity, so we have certain, let's say, capacity of the network, and the consumers are never consuming in the same time to their maximum capacity, because there is some probability that everyone will be at home, everyone will run all the equipment in the house. So it's never happening. So there are even methodologies which are calculating. If every house will build its photovoltaic on the level of the maximum capacity of connection, because they have right to do it, because they paid for it some years ago that they have this capacity. Once there is a summer, there is a sun, every single house will consume, or will produce, and they will produce full capacity. Our network is not built for it. We are built for the statistic capacity, and that's going to be, this is going to be a big issue. And this is something, this is, let's say, another topic which we'll really need to have a discussion. We are now as distributors, we are blamed that we are not fast and so on. We are maybe not fast in the processing the documents because it's something new. But there is a certain limit of the network which we can absorb without massive investments and without some, let's say, changing legislation. And this is going to be a huge challenge for the coming period. So how to this huge demand on prosumers, how to connect it to the network, and then how to operate it in the future. So it's the as well question of really having automated system, having the automated system for the local balancing, because that's something which doesn't exist in this moment. So something what Transelectrica is doing now on the level of the country, we are heading towards the systems which we are going to be doing it locally. We are going to have on the level of cities, on the level of the districts, we will have to balance the network. We will have to have those independent producers. We will have to have some independent providers of, I don't know, storage capacity, independent providers of some fast response production. And that's the future. And we don't really know how it's going to go. It's like if you even look on the Western Europe, it's not there yet in such a scale, but 2050 will look like this.
Thank you.
May I also say where we are? The IC, we are also a producer, and we are also responsible for the transmission and distribution. So naturally, the question is very wide. We can have like 2 days to discuss it. On the operational level, we're looking on expanding the distribution and transmission in order to support also the local production. But just for the sake of this discussion, when we're looking on security, then we have developed also several tools to enable us to ensure that new connection to the grid are being secured, because again, every question that came up here actually goes back to the new approach that we're looking now on electrical, digital, and physical security altogether because of the new distributed nature. Then we have to ensure that we can get very good understanding of what's happening on the network, not only in terms of digital, but for example, also anomaly detection of weird electrical behavior and cross information between physical access to different locations, maybe also on the distributed generation, to understand what might happen on the network. So I won't go further into that, but that, you know, it's a huge topic that we're dealing with right now.
Yes, just a quick one. I just wanted to mention that at least for now, we're not allowed to have any on-grid generating capacities, but we started installing, we'll start installing solar panels in our substations for internal consumption off-grid. But if ever the EU will let us install generating capacities for our own consumption, Transelectric, I believe, today is like the largest consumer of electricity in the country. We are definitely open to doing that. But it's a bit complicated with the EU rules, but again, just for own consumption, we would be open to do it.
Decentralization trend is clearly here, and I think it's here to stay with us for a little while. Just to add something to what Andre said, from a distribution perspective, we also ended up last year with more than 5,500 prosumers connected to our grid business. It's a trend we did not expect it to happen actually so fast. The prediction for this year is that this number is going to be doubled by the end of the year. And indeed, the grids are probably not there yet in terms of capacity to adjust such a high demand of connection. And when we say about continuous investment in the grid, we also address this topic because we as grid operators, we have to make sure that the reliability of the grids, the level of digitization and digital solution that we are developing to offer the prosumer a very seamless connections to our grid must happen and must be there. And I think we as a country overall, we have a very big window of opportunity to play this central role now towards the green transition. And with the right investments, with the right bet on the right technologies, and with a bit of help from the state and its authorities, I think we as a country can succeed to run this transition towards green much faster and probably much sooner, and be ahead of many other European countries.
Thank you very much, and very nice closing remark. It actually came back also to the first statements we had when we were discussing about the recognition of investments and costs in the tariffs, which is very, very crucial. I think we deserve the coffee break now. If you have more questions, feel free to address them during the coffee break. Mihai.
Sure. Thank you, Frank. Thank you to your panelists. Elad, thank you for joining us. Gennaro, grazie mille. A short coffee break. We reconvene at 12:30. Stay with us because maybe the best is yet to come. We have 2 more panels on innovation and education on cybersecurity. În regulă, suntem înapoi și online și prezenți în sală. Începem următorul panel al Cyber Resilience Forum. Trecem pe limba română, jumătate engleză, jumătate română. Gabriela Matei, Cyber Security Expert la Centrul Euroatlantic pentru Reziliență. Panelul este al tău.
Bună ziua! Reprezint Centrul Euroatlantic pentru Reziliență și astăzi vom discuta despre inovare în cyber security. Noi în centru credem foarte mult în educație, cercetare și inovare, pentru că inovarea considerăm noi că este cea care va micșora decalajul între cei care atacă și cei care apără. Întotdeauna cei care atacă vor fi cu un pas cel puțin înainte, pentru că au mult mai multă motivație să o facă. Dar noi, dacă aplicăm inovarea în zona de cyber security, putem să micșorăm acest decalaj și, de asemenea, inovarea pe termen lung va ajuta la scăderea costurilor, pentru că, așa cum domnul Hugo Neumor ne-a spus în primul panel, cyber security este un cost. Da, este un cost, dar a nu avea cyber security este un cost și mai mare. Însă, dacă noi profităm de tot ce înseamnă inovare în acest domeniu, putem să mai scădem din costuri adoptând tehnologii mai noi, mai eficiente și mai bune. Am să prezint speakerii de astăzi. L-avem în locul domnului Adrian Vevera de la ICI București, avem pe domnul Alex Georgescu. Spre norocul nostru este un super specialist și un super speaker, așa că avem mari pretenții de la el să ne spună niște lucruri foarte interesante. Domnul Eduard Dumitrașcu de la Asociația Română pentru Smart City, Andreea Vădănei, CEO Bit Sentinel, domnul Cosmin Angel, Chief Information Officer la Nuclear Electrica și Mădălin Staniu, Managing Partner la Black Bullet. Alex, ai cuvânt.
Vă mulțumesc foarte mult, aș dori să-i felicit pe organizatori și să transmit regrete domnului director Vevera că nu a putut participa, dar m-a rugat pe mine să iau locul. Aș dori să vă vorbesc astăzi, dacă se poate pune prezentarea PowerPoint pe ecran, aș dori să vă vorbesc astăzi despre o perspectivă din partea ICI București pe zona de inovație cibernetică. Avem ICI vine de la Institutul Național de Cercetare Dezvoltare în Informatică, dar noi nu facem doar cercetare și dezvoltare, facem inclusiv partea de produse și servicii în zona de securitate cibernetică, având un centru de securitate operațională, un Cyber Range pe care tocmai l-am terminat și având diverse alte servicii și centre, inclusiv pe partea educațională și de training. Deci pentru noi este foarte importantă zona de inovație, inclusiv ca provider comercial. Următorul slide, vă rog. Noi considerăm că suntem într-un fel de cursa înarmărilor pe partea cibernetică. Pe de o parte, atacatorii devin mai buni, au și propria lor rată de inovare, pe de altă parte și noi încercăm să devenim mai buni. Pe de o parte avem noile tehnologii, dar și noile motivații pentru a ataca, vorbim de profit, vorbim de ideologie, vorbim de criterii geopolitice și atacatori, cum ar fi lupii singuratici, crima organizată transfrontalieră, actori sprijiniți de stat, dar și state, dar în același timp trebuie să ținem cont de faptul că, inclusiv dintr-o perspectivă a protecției infrastructurilor critice, noi ne lovim și de partea de securitate cibernetică legată de managementul complexității sistemelor de care noi depindem și felul în care interacțiunile acestor componente pot produce accidente spontane și tot felul de alte perturbări care se manifestă inclusiv la nivel cibernetic. Deci problemele sunt mult mai complicate și nu reprezintă doar atacurile deliberate, ci și cele accidentale. Puteți să vedeți pe acest grafic, nu-l voi dezvolta, partea aceasta... Poftiți? Next slide, vă rog. Puteți să vedeți pe acest grafic, foarte interesant, dimensiuni care se aplică sistemelor complexe și implicit se aplică și sistemelor cibernetice sau sistemelor combinate fizic-cibernetic. Vorbim și de chestiuni tehnologice, dar și de chestiuni informaționale, culturale, generaționale, etice, de resurse. Următorul slide. Cum am ajuns în situația de față? În primul rând avem digitalizarea tuturor elementelor care țin de viața politică, socială, economică, securitară a națiunilor. Dar în același timp avem noile tehnologii, avem ascensiunea războiului hibrid, avem normalizarea țintirii infrastructurilor critice civile ca parte a campaniilor de război hibrid, care se fac într-un raport cost-beneficiu, cum a spus un vorbitor dinaintea mea, care duc la o preferință pentru atacuri cibernetice, inclusiv din perspectiva atribuirii atacului. Deci avem multe elemente importante care modifică mediul de securitate, un mediu de securitate care este dinamic, este provocator, este într-o continuă schimbare și noi trebuie să răspundem, inclusiv prin capacitatea de inovare. Și ce înseamnă capacitatea asta de inovare? Are mai multe elemente. Toată lumea se gândește la partea de noi tehnologii, dar în același timp trebuie să avem și pipeline-ul sau conducta pentru ca aceste tehnologii să devină servicii și produse noi. Trebuie să avem și capacitatea și instrumentele financiare, trebuie să avem și partea de educație și training, partea de cultură de securitate cibernetică ca parte a unei culturi strategice mai largi, inclusiv partea de cooperare internațională și, nu în ultimul rând, trebuie să ne gândim și la ideea aceasta care a apărut recent, reziliența prin design a infrastructurilor critice. Atât cele din acest moment când vrem să le facem un upgrade sau vrem să le prelungim durata de viață, cum se întâmplă cu multe centrale electrice, mai ales nucleare, dar și când vom vrea să construim noile infrastructuri critice, va trebui să ne gândim cum le facem reziliente prin design și asta implică să ne gândim dinainte, nu doar la securitatea cibernetică, dar și la evoluția tehnologică a zonei de securitate cibernetică. Da, scuzați-mă, următorul slide. Da, despre asta am vorbit acum și următorul slide. Aș dori să vă vorbesc doar despre foarte rapid, câteva trenduri în zona aceasta de inovație cibernetică, ce ni s-a părut nouă interesant. Pe de o parte, zona de inteligență artificială și machine learning. Inteligența artificială, n-am ajuns încă în punctul de Skynet, dar ceva pe acolo, care poate fi folosită atât ca atacator cât și ca apărător. Contribuția pe care o poate avea zona de machine learning pe partea de identificare a atacurilor, identificarea anomaliilor, diagnosticarea lor, răspunsul rapid la atacuri și toată partea aceasta de orchestrare, automatizare și răspuns de securitate în cadrul centrelor de securitate operațională. Am fost acum câțiva ani la un Advanced Research Workshop al NATO în SUA pe tema securității cibernetice și securității spațiale și unul dintre participanți care avea o firmă de tehnologie în California, mi-a spus că valoarea adăugată pentru multe dintre noile produse care o să apară pe piață, de la mașini până la sateliți, nu va veni pe viitor, mare parte din valoarea adăugată nu va veni din design sau din materiale noi, ci din partea de securitate cibernetică integrată deja în produs. Deci este un lucru de care trebuie să ținem cont. Următorul slide, vă rog. I'll switch to English now, if I may. So the next element that I will speak about is blockchain. This is another, or distributed ledger technology. This is another area of maximum interest for ICI Bucharest. We have developed a blockchain services and development laboratory. We were the host of the first functioning European blockchain services infrastructure node in Romania. We have a blockchain executive laboratory, especially for training, and we are developing blockchain projects for governance. So this is very interesting, and blockchain from a security standpoint can be of great use. We haven't even scratched the surface yet of what can be done in terms of access management, control issues, ensuring the integrity of data and of records. So in the future we will see many more products in this area. Next slide, please. Zero trust architecture. I spoke about blockchain. This also feeds into zero trust architecture, the idea that system data processes, the way in which the enterprise itself is structured will allow for a trustless environment in which every user will have to be authenticated, every transfer of data will have to be authenticated or pre-authorized. attacks from the inside will be treated the same as attacks from the outside, and new products and services will appear to ensure maximum security over users, processes, and over users, processes, and in the databases and all of the information of the organization itself. Next slide, please. Behavioral analytics. Again, this can feed into machine learning, but this is an incredibly powerful tool in terms of analyzing attacks, of course, but also analyzing user behavior for suspicious activity, analyzing the behavior of company employees, company structures, databases, automated processes to identify that one anomaly that may signify that either an attack is in progress, some sort of breach has taken place, or another event is another malicious event or damaging event, even if it is low frequency but high impact. If this has occurred, maybe we can identify it. And I'd like to point out a report from the Marsh & McLennan consultancy from a few years ago that said that the mean dwell time in Europe for companies, so the time between the breach and when they discovered that they have been breached, was 100 days for the companies that they had analyzed. This was a World Economic Forum sponsored report, so this is very important. Lastly, next slide please. Hardware authentication. This is again an area where we anticipate future growth and development, innovation, and especially the kind of innovation that also leads to new markets, new technologies, new areas of new avenues. Everybody, or at least everybody, should use two-factor authentication today, but you also have the physical systems or physical combined with biometric systems. Of course, none of these are perfect, but as long as they reduce the attack surface for a potential intrusion and especially eliminates the, let's say, low-value attackers that keep attacking systems and keep testing our systems, then they will have done their job. Next slide, please. This is really the final issue that I'd like to take into account. When we discuss innovation in cybersecurity, we shouldn't be discussing just technology or the new product. We should also be discussing innovation in terms of governance and what cyber diplomacy can do to enhance security. I mean, cooperation between states, better cooperation trans-border between states and private entities. For instance, the facilitation of the exchange of information. Copying of existing models, for instance, the automated indicator sharing program in the United States, which would be a very interesting model to have in Europe, or a clearinghouse for information on cyber attacks that allows us to identify repetitive attacks, repetitive methods, repetitive modus operandi, and then to counter these. But if nobody reports that they have been attacked, nobody shares information, then you'll have problems. And we see that the latest developments in European governance cover these issues through information sharing and analysis centers. So all of these are very important, and all of these also constitute an element of cybersecurity innovation. ICI itself has developed a cyber diplomacy center and also tools for cyber diplomacy. So this is something that we can also discuss moving forward. Last slide. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much, Alex. It's great that you mentioned about cyber diplomacy, because it's an instrument that we always forget. And it's a great instrument that we can use in cooperation in order to lower the cyber threats. Now let's hear from Mr. Eduardo Mitrașcu, his point of view as an expert in smart city.
Thank you for invitation. With your permission, I will switch to Romanian for the Romanian auditory. Mulțumesc frumos pentru invitație. Îi salutăm și pe prietenii noștri din online și pe prietenii din comunitățile noastre, pentru că suntem la un forum unde vorbim despre tehnologie, despre reziliență, despre inovație, despre cyber security, despre foarte mult hardware, foarte mult software, dar la finalul zilei cred că vorbim despre comunități și cred că tot ceea ce s-a povestit astăzi aici are legătură cu aceste comunități, de la companii, instituții mai mari, mai mici, mediul de business, mediul academic. În cele din urmă toți suntem parte a acestor comunități creativ inteligente, cum ne place nouă să le spunem. Și noi am introdus acum 7 ani această sintagmă creativ inteligentă, pentru că o comunitate folosește și tehnologie și folosește foarte multă tehnologie, dar mai mult decât tehnologie, cred că vorbim despre oameni. Eu astăzi o să vorbesc din perspectiva Asociației Române pentru Smart City, încercând să aduc în panel, în subiectul de cyber security luat așa cumva la nivel macro, perspectiva civică și nevoia de educare, pentru că ar fi o utopie să vorbim despre inovație în zona de cyber, fără să ne întrebăm mai mult decât reziliență, mai mult decât cyber, ce înseamnă comunitatea din punct de vedere al infrastructurii și nu doar al infrastructurii critice, ce înseamnă partea de accesibilitate, ce înseamnă partea chiar de, hai să spunem, un soi de igienă digitală la nivel de comunitate, pentru că dumneavoastră instituțional puteți să dezvoltați cele mai bune tehnologii, puteți să aveți cei mai buni specialiști, dar la finalul zilei, repet, ne vom întoarce în comunitate unde putem găsi și vedem deja că avem foarte multe probleme. La nivelul României, pentru cei care nu știți, în acest moment numărat bob cu penseta, așa cu foarte multă răbdare prin țară, sunt 1001 de proiecte și inițiative Smart City și Smart Village. Asta ce înseamnă? Că din ce în ce mai multă tehnologie se duce în comunitate, din ce în ce mai multă tehnologie se duce în administrația locală, în relația cu cetățeanul. Eu aș vrea să pendulăm cumva în următoarele minute între infrastructuri critice, multe din ele deservind comunitățile noastre, evident, dar și partea de tehnologie care este mult mai aproape de cetățean, mult mai aproape de comunitate. De la instituțiile centrale, anumite ministere, anumite instituții care deja furnizează servicii, până la administrațiile locale și chiar și în mediul rural, și o să fie ciudat la un astfel de forum să vorbim despre mediul rural, despre cele 2862 de comune din România care încep să se digitalizeze, care încep să folosească chiar și inteligența artificială, care încep să folosească foarte multe device-uri. În spațiul public, sigur că există această, hai să spunem, imagine negativă a administrației locale din România, dar eu vă invit să vă uitați cu atenție și să vedeți lucrurile absolut extraordinare care se întâmplă chiar și în România. Repet, sunt peste 1000 de proiecte și inițiative, sunt bani foarte mulți, sunt tehnologii foarte multe care chiar în acest moment când noi povestim, merg în comunitățile noastre. Este important să înțelegem că avem nevoie de inovație sub această umbrelă a rezilienței, a cyberului, într-un sistem de parteneriat. Și noi asta am făcut din 2016, din 2015, am încercat să creăm aceste parteneriate cu sens, parteneriate folositoare comunităților noastre. Sunt proiecte de cercetare, dar sunt și proiecte care se duc în zona de aplicabilitate directă. Ieșim cumva din zona asta a cercetării clasice, academice, care sigur că este importantă și avem și noi multitudine de parteneriate, dar încercăm cumva să dăm o valență pragmatică. La fel de important pentru noi este să reușim prin aceste parteneriate să mergem în comunități și să facem ceea ce spuneam un pic mai devreme, partea de educație și mi-aș dori foarte mult să legăm inovația în cyber cumva și de această valență a educației, a tinerei generații și v-aș aduce aici în atenție un raport al Băncii Mondiale de acum 2-3 ani, 56% din tinerii români cu vârsta cuprinsă între 15 și 26 de ani, deci tineri, nu au ceea ce s-ar putea numi educație digitală. Noi confundăm abilitatea tinerilor de a folosi, nu știu, PlayStation-ul, diferite platforme sociale și așa mai departe, cu ceea ce ar trebui să fie, într-adevăr, partea de educație digitală. Dacă ne uităm și la indicele DESI din ultimii ani, vedem că lucrurile sunt chiar mai grave. Dacă ne ducem în zona mare a României, a comunităților, combinat chiar mediul urban cu mediul rural, o să vedem că avem o mari probleme de incluziune digitală. Sigur că cyber ne privește pe toți, vorbeam un pic mai devreme despre igiena digitală care ar trebui promovată și categoriilor de vârstă care nu au avut neapărat aceste abilități nativ digitale, să spunem așa, cum ar fi generațiile mai tinere, dar cred că ar trebui să reușim cumva, într-un efort comun. Noi avem un parteneriat cu ICI și mulțumim frumos pentru colaborarea pe care o avem cu ICI, cu Bit Sentinel-ul, de curând ne-am conectat. Încercăm să dezvoltăm astfel de proiecte, de inițiative, care sigur că ele au și o latură extrem de tehnică, dedicată cumva specialiștilor, dar încercăm tot timpul să găsim acele formule magice, aș spune eu, de comunicare și de a aduce lucrurile hard, lucrurile dificile în comunitățile noastre. Așa cum spuneam un pic mai devreme, în asociația noastră veți găsi peste 300 de parteneri, entități publice, private, furnizori de tehnologie, mediul academic foarte mult, dar și foarte multe administrații locale. Aș vrea așa doar să enumăr pentru cei care sunteți curioși și vă rog să vă uitați ce se întâmplă la Sadu, la Snagov, la Schellimber, pentru că vorbeam de Smart Village, la Ciugud, unde avem proiecte foarte importante pentru comunitățile noastre. La nivel de spații urbane mai mari, uitați-vă cu încredere ce se întâmplă la Cluj, la Brașov, la Craiova. Chiar știați că la Craiova avem o secție extraordinară la Universitatea din Craiova pe zona de inteligență artificială și sunt proiecte care pleacă în mari multinaționale. Nu pot da eu acum branduri, dar sunt branduri mari care folosesc ceea ce se întâmplă la Craiova, unde, iarăși, în ciuda unei imagini publice negative cu privire la dezvoltarea municipiului, să știți că s-au investit sume foarte, foarte mari în zona de cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare, pentru că vorbeați un pic mai devreme despre importanța CDI în zona asta cyber și a rezilienței. La Timișoara, de asemenea, iarăși se studiază deja, sunt companii acolo care se joacă cu ceea ce înseamnă 6G. Noi, la nivel de comunitate, la nivel de percepție publică, ne certăm pe 5G, dacă e bun, dacă avem nevoie de el. Abia acum câteva luni am reușit și noi să avem licitația de 5G. Sunt deja țări, mai ales prin Asia de Sud-Est, care deja studiază asidu ceea ce va însemna noua tehnologie de 6G. Există o companie care face același lucru și la Timișoara. Ca să închid, să nu monopolizăm foarte mult subiectul ăsta al comunităților inteligente, deși ne privește pe toți, eu aș rămâne cu un mesaj și cu o invitație pentru cei interesați de a pune un egal imediat după cuvântul inovație, în sensul de a include educația în tot ceea ce înseamnă partea asta de CDI, fie că vorbim de cercetare, dezvoltare, inovare pentru proiectele de Smart City, care sigur că toate folosesc aceste tehnologii, dar la final nu este doar despre tehnologie, este și despre noi, cei care formăm aceste comunități. Eu vă stau cu mare drag la dispoziție dacă sunt întrebări, curiozități legate de evoluția acestor proiecte în România.
Thank you, Mr. Dumitrașcu, for pointing out once more that technology cannot exist if there are no communities. So communities are a topic of interest and we should deal with them, and also from a cyber hygiene point of view. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Andreea Vădănei, CEO of Bit Sentinel.
Mulțumesc, Gabriela, pentru... Okay, I will switch to English because I think we have some guests from abroad. Thank you, Gabriela. Congratulations, everyone, for hosting this interesting event. Probably you will be asking why Bit Sentinel is on the stage talking about innovation. We are a cybersecurity company. We started in 2015 providing various services for organizations who are in a need to, proactive identify threats in their premises. For a while, we've also been involved supporting companies to respond to threats. So when they have a breach, they call us. Unfortunately, they try to to hide the threat when the incident is already happened. And one of the third dimension that we are having in Bit Sentinel from the beginning, actually, but more visibly in the last 2-3 years, is education in cybersecurity. Edward already mentioned that innovation should also have this angle, and I totally agree with this. But before going into details, I think innovation has might have a few angles that we are looking at, and Gabriela mentioned that we innovate by reducing costs, for instance, when we are providing cybersecurity services. That's an angle of looking at. Another angle that we've tackled in the last years is innovating by focusing on various sectors. For instance, we may be able to innovate education in cybersecurity for energy sector in order to help them identify threats that are particular to their premises. We can help organizations that are in need, for instance, in the telco industry or in the health industry. Threats are similar when we are talking about cybersecurity, but they are different in particularities. They are using different tools, technologies, they have different, let's say, risks for their companies. And this is one angle that you can look at innovation in cybersecurity. Another one is to innovate in your region, because you can import ideas and good practices which are already established in more, let's say, mature countries, and bring them in your country, bring them in your region, and have an impact with them. And for that, we've, let's say 2 years ago, we've created an event which is Unbreakable Romania. It's an activity created especially for students based in Romania and in the Republic of Moldova. And they can basically learn from the high schools already to grasp in the field of cybersecurity. They learn how to detect threats, they learn how to respond to those threats, they learn how to fix issues and all kinds of cybersecurity. So this is an angle that you can have innovation in the field. At this point, after 3 years of doing this, we have around 800 students and high schools participants from pretty much all the universities in Romania and major high schools as well, coming every year at Unbreakable. So it's a very good, let's say, results, because we are teaching them not only how to detect phishing and common threats in terms of attacks such as malware, ransomware, and things like this, but we also try to teach them how to find those threats, how to develop tools to defend themselves, and how to help other organizations to protect against different threats. And another angle that we're trying to tackle there is to make them ready for the industry, because we already know what are the struggles at this point. We need people who are already specialists in the field, but how you can attract specialists in the industry if you don't create the premises to join them in this field. Besides this, we've also started a product which is called CyberEdu. Basically, it's a platform that can simulate different threats for different organizations. You can simulate attacks, you can simulate users, legitimate users or malicious ones. And with that technology, you can, let's say, simulate within your organization different threats. Let's say you want to see how your company is going to react when a ransomware attack is happening. And you want to see how your security team is responding to those threats, how your legal team is acting when the incident is already there, how you mitigate those threats, how you isolate all the assets. And with this tool, you can simulate basically all the environment. So you can have, let's say, a company within your company, a safe place where you can detonate those threats and see how your specialists can react to those. And last but not least, we do also invest a lot in, let's say, R&D in our team. So we want to develop various products in the field. Another one is helping us to detect threats way earlier than companies are able right now. So we have an engine that can tell us, look, out of 1,000 threats you have already in your premises, you should focus on these 3, because we know already that those 3 are already exploitable by hackers or are going to be shortly after the release of the other threat. And this is another way to look at the innovation. So we've started by applying machine learning and other techniques in order to to process data in order to make an assessment about those. So yeah, innovations have multiple versions of looking at. Another thing that you can we can focus, of course, is to reduce costs for companies by automating different parts of our services. For instance, when you are doing a penetration testing, and let's say you're an energy company, you are already let's say enforced by local regulations such as NIS directive to perform regular security audits. This is a very common use case that we're having right now. And it's very difficult for companies that never had a security audit before to, let's say, to align with all the needs. For that, you need to be a bit smart. You need to innovate in terms of how to provide these kind of services, how to help the organization in order to become compliant, or at least come close to becoming compliant in those situations. Yeah, to summarize, so we have proactive cybersecurity services, which are, let's say, the first pillars and one of the best that we are doing it. We have a defensive department, which acts like a security operations center externalized for companies, and we have innovation in education mainly with the product called CyberEdu and an initiative called Unbreakable Romania for high schools and university participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei, and thank you for sharing with us about Unbreakable Romania, which is a great project, and I'm sure there's a lot of innovation that will stem from it. So next we have Mr. Cosmin Angel. You have the floor.
Hello everyone. I'm Cosmin Angel. I'm the Chief Information Officer of Nuclear Electrica, and I want to thank to the organizer for inviting me today here. I will try to give you some, let's say, envisions about how we are approaching innovative technologies and how we are trying to adapt the entire cybersecurity operations to more innovative and more flexible, if you want, models, which I think is not something that was developed by us, but is something that we are trying to drive in the industry in Romania. First of all, I think we should, identify the main drivers that are, running the innovative technologies in various directions, right? And overall, it's clear that cybersecurity follows the trends of IT, for example, cloud, right? Or Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital twin. All these technologies, all these concepts were developed basically for IT purposes. Cybersecurity is something that is coming as an umbrella to protect those technologies, right? From this point of view, if we are taking a look, for example, on the artificial intelligence side, very often it is confused with machine learning, and a lot of cybersecurity technologies are saying that they are powered by artificial intelligence algorithms. But if we are taking a deeper look, we'll see that actually they are machine learning. And artificial intelligence as a bigger umbrella represents, let's say, the technology which enable the mimic of human behavior. And machine learning is just a subset of that and represents the algorithms which enable technologies to identify patterns in data, for example. Now, if we are considering these technologies for cybersecurity, are they useful? Of course they are. Why? Because now we are dealing with huge volume of data. If we are taking a look, I don't know, 10, 15 years back, at that point there were no, for example, endpoint detection and response technologies. What we were doing at that point when it comes to incident response, maybe a snapshot of a machine, basic tools to dig deeper to see what is going wrong there and extract some indicator of compromise or to identify some indicator of compromise. But now we are collecting real-time data from our systems, thousands of systems, right? So we need to identify and be able to identify the threat inside, based on that huge volume of information. And with correlation or old-fashioned tools, that is not very effective. It's possible, but will not be very proactive. Maybe we'll identify the threat after 24 hours, which can be too much. But with artificial intelligence or machine learning, for sure, the detection time can be lower. And another area where artificial intelligence can help cybersecurity is also on the response side, because it is working like a mechanism which can correlate the dots. For example, I have an alert, I see there's some indicator of compromise, and then I can enrich the data automatically with, I don't know, TTPs, tactics, techniques, procedures of a threat actor. And that is done automatically by this kind of algorithms. From artificial intelligence and machine learning point of view, that was, I mean, our envision and what are the benefits that we see currently. And it is clear that the trend is going up, is not replacing the common technologies, for example, antiviruses or endpoint security tools, but it comes like complementary tools which are enabling the cybersecurity teams to be more effective. If we are going further to the cloud, here there are a couple of concepts. For example, zero trust network access. This concept was mainly developed for cloud. Why? Because the virtualization in those environments was, let's say, pushed to the next level. There are no common network components, let's say, which are visible to the clients. Of course, they have switches, routers, and so on and so forth, but those are in the responsibility of the cloud provider. But the clients of the clouds want to implement new mechanisms to be able to segregate the traffic in a better way. So they went to the next level of abstractization, and they developed, and now zero trust network access concept is very well adopted in the market. This is another, let's say, driver which are running the innovations in the market. Confidential computing. Of course, there is the trend to migrate to clouds, but a lot of CIOs, CISOs, they are still dealing with this concern, data privacy. But now we have a lot of concepts, a lot of technologies like confidential computing, which is basically the data is running encrypted, is actually running in the CPU in an encrypted way. More, we have bring your own key mechanism. Any client can come with his encryption key and use it in that specific cloud provider environment for data encryption, even if it is data address, data in motion, and so on and so forth. Another innovative, let's say, driver is DevSecOps. If 2, 3, 5 years back, the focus was on DevOps, for example, how to implement pipelines in an automatic way for continuous integration, continuous development. Now we split it, the Dev and Ops, and we inserted the needed concept, the security. And now security are now as a component in all, or should be included in all the pipelines from the DevSecOps point of view. And another driver is the digital twin. This is more specific for critical infrastructure, let's say, or manufacturing environments, because where we are dealing with operation technologies like PLCs, RTUs, HMIs, those kind of devices which are managing our operations on a plant, for example, we want to have some labs where we can test various things from business purposes, from operational point of view, right? Digital twin is the technology which is enabled to clone the physical environment in a digital one, to have a one-to-one clone, if you want, with all the specifications, all the details of a small device from the plant, in order to test it, for example, to see how it operates in various conditions. But this technology can be used also from cybersecurity point of view. Why? Because if I have that digital clone, I can validate it. Any change I'm doing from cybersecurity point of view, I can do it in a digital twin environment, right? If I want to do a penetration testing, which is not allowed, by the way, to do it when I have, I don't know, the grid online, let's say, and it is not, it cannot be taken offline, right? I can use the digital twin. I can see, for example, I can test a firewall rule. I can improve the detections. Why? Because I have the baseline. That digital twin environment should be considered as a clean environment, right? I can take the baseline, and with that baseline I can go in the real environment and I can implement it to see if I see more than 1,000 events from this source, I should have an alert. That can be like a very basic trigger. In the end, I want to come with something which is not, let's say, technology related. It's about continuous governance. Governance, usually, most of the organizations are, basically policies, procedures, which contains things like daily, monthly, weekly reports should be done, presented to the board, and so on and so forth. But what's going on from T0 when I have the snapshot, the daily report that I'm presenting to the board, and T1 when I need to do another iteration? Nobody is monitoring that. And I'm giving you here an example. A risk assessment for a specific system. I'm doing the risk assessment now, considering the exposure, vulnerabilities, the impact, all those factors which is enabling me to calculate the risk score. And I'm going it to with some mitigation actions to the board. They are approving it, the plan, the mitigation plan, the budget, and everything. And then I'm going back to implement it. But the trend landscape is changing, is continuously changing. Nobody monitors it, right? And now we have the technologies which can enable us to have this continuous governance in place. And the example with risk assessment was just a very basic one. Vulnerabilities for critical infrastructure appears every day. The OT technologies are pretty old, and they weren't developed with security in mind from the beginning. And I'm happy to see that these days there are no OT technologies released for the market without a security validation before. And in the end, I want to somehow mention a project that we are developing is Synergy ISAC. It's not about innovation here, and I'm candid, I'm honest with you. It's something new in Romania, specifically for energy sector. Synergy ISAC is a community which enables energy companies to share threat information inside the trusted environment. Because threat intelligence enables companies to be more proactive in order to identify and mitigate threats. But not all of them are applicable for me, for example. There are thousands of reports, threat intelligence feeds saying this threat actor from Russia, from China, from North Korea is doing this campaign with these IOCs. Okay, good, but should I ingest millions of IPs and block them in my firewalls? Maybe I can do that, but maybe not. But what I can do, I can create a community where we can share information between us, and we can, let's say, consolidate that, prioritize intelligence requirements. This concept is coming from threat intelligence, in order to customize the threat intelligence part and make it more applicable for a specific sector. This was let's say, my thoughts regarding cybersecurity and cyber resilience. Cyber resilience, by the way, doing a parallel with what I was mentioning earlier, should be something continuous. I mean, I don't like this kind of approach, doing, snapshots, evaluations from time to time. It's not effective. If we are taking a look on the last most, let's say, dangerous attacks or the data breaches impacted big companies in the last 12 months, we'll see, but I see they're big names. They should, they for sure have a good cybersecurity program in place. How that happened? Because they have this, let's say, more static approach, saying, yeah, I'm doing now a pen test and that's it. I'm going back to implement the mitigations and the patches. Okay, but tomorrow there will be another vulnerability in the wild that which is released. Are you aware about that? So continuous processes in cycles, I think, is the best approach. Also, this is applicable for resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cosmin, and for pointing out the benefits of various technologies, and also for stressing out the importance of confidential computing, which is a concept that many other industries will benefit from, not just energy. So moving on to the next speaker, Mr. Mădălin Staniu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you, organizer, for marking this historical day for Romania, for Romanian people, with discussion about cyber security and innovation in cyber security. I'm Mădălin Staniu, and I represent a company, a Romanian company, Black Bullet, a software development company, and a company that offers security services, offensive security services, and cryptography, PKI, public key infrastructure for clients from Romanian market and abroad. Innovation in cybersecurity, it's a vast topic, and we can discuss, I think, in each edition of Cyber Resilience Forum for the next 10 edition starting now. For sure, discussing about AI, large language model, deep learning, blockchain, and other innovative technologies, innovation in cybersecurity will have applicability in every second of our life, because we are surrounded about I don't know, devices, sensors, that this kind of devices produce information and data. And without electricity, data will be almost impossible to be manipulated. So what we are trying to do in every single day is to use in a responsible manner our data and to protect our information, the information that we own, and even if this information are in transit or at rest. I would like to, I don't know, to take a closer look about a model from information security, CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and whether aware or not, this is the still innovative model that will help us to become more and more cyber resilient by simplifying the business process from C-level to exec, creating workspace for security teams to be more efficient. I don't know, to protect and create attack surface management platform, and to create visibility in this platform, internal or connected with other organization, part of the supply chain for each company. Shared threat intel, Cosmin said, even in one place with security issue, to understand how exposed you are, and it's your attack surface for your company, and how to protect your digital footprint for your company. Adopting zero trust architecture, it's very important even for SMEs or I don't know, big organization already started to adopt. For SMEs, I think it's somehow expensive, but will be a trend that the price will goes down year by year. We'll have more focus on education because companies started to invest more and more in awareness and training programs, and they are using for specific in the critical infrastructure. They are using a cybersecurity mesh between cloud and edge environment, and that's it's important because improve the operational flexibility and efficiency, and this could be a handshake between IT and OT. And okay, using AI, it's better, but if you give an AI to an AI biased data, you will have biased results. So basically, we need to be wary and to be caution in using AI mechanism and technologies. And there are still many other technologies, solution platform and framework that we can use it. All of this will create an innovative ecosystem that in the future will be considered something normal, because any technology in the past is normal now. It was innovative in the past, and now it's is normal, and we'll call it cybersecurity consolidated architecture, or a concept that will put in one place all the information that you need to manage for your company. I think this framework will put together security architecture, process, people, and technology. And the purpose is to align the organization vision to a zero trust architecture in an innovative way, and it's somehow a parallel that in the past we are using for each need on our computer an application, a desktop application. Now all of these are migrated to the cloud. Specifically in energy sector, we started to have an innovative approach to reduce the risk of cyber attack and mistake made by humans in data manipulation process, because it's very important that, and we know that human errors are still a big issue in cyber data breaches. And nowadays, we are discuss about digitalization, and energy sector it's in ongoing process of digitalization, because remember that in the energy sector we are starting with some layer of technology that we convert analog signal to digital signal, and we have multi-layer architecture with VPNs, PLC and sensor that transmit, and system that collect data, and all of these data are going outside to the OT network, go to the IT infrastructure, go to a big data platform, and all the data are processed in that manner to deliver for the stakeholder a human readable report, only for reduce the cost and to be more efficient with their business. Every organization tend to to use latest technology to become more and more cyber resilient. But the business needs to be consolidated, and having all the process digitalized with strong cryptography and an amazing user experience, because this is what we are looking for now. And to close this innovation, it's a key element to cybersecurity, and no longer after that that was recently new technology, it becomes to be a legacy system. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeleine, for stressing out the very important concept, zero trust. And I think this is something that we are going to hear about more and more in the near future. So if we have questions from the audience, please take advantage of our great panelists. They are here for you. Well, if not, okay.
Hi again. Thank you so much for your very important presentations. My question is directed to Mr. Staniu. So you mentioned that Black Bullet offers offensive solution. What does this mean? Can you give me an example?
We are offering offensive security services, not solution. We have partnered in our cluster, C-Square, the Cluster of Excellence in Cybersecurity here in Romania, that we have solution for offensive security. So offensive services, it's related to vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, security assessment, red teaming, very important, and the red teaming, it's like in army, you need a strategy and tactics to follow. But we are using a toolkit that every ethical hacker use it in their activity. Basically, we put we put in place of the bad hacker in an ethical way to discover the vulnerabilities.
So simulation, blue team, red team, something like that?
Yes, blue team, red team, and purple team. We are managing very well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. How is Romania standing in the innovation part in cybersecurity? Can you name some great project that we have? Thank you.
Andrei, please.
I'll do my best to answer your question. So basically, you are asking what type of project we are having in Romania, or innovative?
Yeah, on the innovation part, that maybe compared to the other worlds that and that they are maybe great, or then they can help all of us in the Romania or the international.
Well, first in my mind is typing DNA, for instance. It's a product started in Romania a few years back. It's about typing biometrics authentication. This is a very good example of company that is already very well funded, has strong customers in the field. We have CyberEd, which is already being used by 15,000 people right now from 19 countries. Every year we grow this number by a lot. We do have lots of innovation in the field. We are winning projects locally and internationally with other vendors based in Estonia, for instance, which is very well recognized for having cyber engines as a service. Another one I think is called DKNS, if I'm not mistaken. It's another local product developed by a team of specialists to detect, I think, browser-based attacks in the field. So there are many already, established companies. I think the main challenge in the field, if you're asking me, is very difficult for traditional entrepreneurs to enter in the field, because it's a very technical industry. And for the specialists like me and others in the industry, it's very difficult to create businesses that are working for long run. So I think this is one of the main reasons you are seeing very few companies. I think there are maybe a dozen or a dozen and a half already doing things internationally. He already mentioned Stage 1, which is another very interesting tool to simulate attacks for adversaries and things like this in the field. So I think we are doing some very good things in the fields in order to create opportunities.
Yes.
If I may add something, I think Romania and other countries, certainly they have the know-how and the talent to create new products. But I think one of the things that we fail to discuss sufficiently at national level, and this is something that is discussed, for instance, in the Baltics, where I was last week, is the ability of the country to capture a lot of the value that is created by the local companies and innovation. Because, for instance, if you don't have too much venture capital in your country, a startup in Bucharest will probably be evaluated at less than a startup in Berlin, less than a startup in London, which is less than a startup in Boston, which is finally less than the startup in Silicon Valley. So you have an automatic disadvantage. The know-how disadvantage is also a problem because we don't have, let's say, the incubators in the West. And also, if a company tries to properly internationalize and become global, it will inevitably become a London-based company with offices and production centers in Romania. It will launch in let's say, in stock markets abroad. So little by little, the globalization process creates opportunities, but also prevents you from capturing the value. Just like the educational system creates good technical talent or cultivates these people, but then you have the brain drain issue. And I think in the future we'll have to work not only on encouraging innovation, but on properly retaining the value, as much of the value of the innovation as possible within the country. This is not a plea for protectionism, but it's something that we have to keep in mind as a country.
Thank you. So I think everyone understands that cybersecurity is more or less a never-ending uphill battle. You're constantly coming from behind, pun not intended. But obviously cryptography has made some huge strides. I personally believe it's one of the more impenetrable systems that you can actually apply. My question, especially towards the people that are implementing blockchain technology, what are you doing and what do you think is the ultimate strategy or path to adoption and implementing more of this technology so that we can have a more safe cyber environment?
I believe that being a promoter of cryptography and implementing PKI from the scratch, design, consultation and implementation, discussing about and thinking about blockchain, that blockchain is quite innovative technology, and most of the people that are made informatics in high school, we learn about ledgers, and starting then information was in transit and in rest. So basically having the information decentralized is very important, because it's very hard to make the puzzle and to see the whole. Putting the layer of cryptography and encryption of any information in the blockchain and make an auditing of the ledger of the blockchain or smart contracts or other technology, yes, this could be the next level in encryption of the information also in public sector. We are involved in a project in public sector, and I believe and I am all in to blockchain technologies.
Very well. How do you personally try to achieve this adoption? How do you convince them to move towards a newer, more complex technology that offers more, is usually cheaper as well, but there's a huge reluctance in adoption? How do you fix that? How do you go over it?
I'm not saying that it's simple, but in creating consortium with other companies with power of influence for implementation in public sector, yes, through them we can create this environment of adopting blockchain for different implementation. Also in public sector. In private sector, I believe it's much simpler, but it depends on the budget. In each moment it's how much it costs and how quickly can I have the solution in place. This is the question for him.
If I may add something to this, our philosophy at ICA Bucharest, where we also develop blockchain solutions, though I'm not one of those programmers, has been firstly to have the infrastructure in place and the networks in place for others to also build tools and to use them. For instance, last week we had 2 weeks ago actually, we had the official launch of the institutional NFT marketplace powered by ICI Bucharest, so ICID services. Now, you won't start having title deeds to land on NFTs very soon, but you start simple with artwork, with stamps and so on. You build the infrastructure, people become comfortable with it, and later you can do interesting things related to governance, cadastre, and other issues. Another example is, for instance, internally we developed as a proof of concept, we developed a blockchain application for diplomatic communications, just to see how we could implement it based on our existing infrastructure and so on, and how can we do it frugally. This is something that could be developed further. And of course, through ICI Bucharest, we have a lot of contact with the local blockchain companies, the blockchain companies in Romania, which are implementing solutions. I think in the long term, the big deal is to get the institutional players, the organizations to adopt it, because as a user, I don't really care what the back end of my product is. So if I go to the airport and they check my data to see that I'm allowed inside, do I really care if there's a blockchain behind it? Maybe I care because it ensures my privacy. They don't see my personal data, but it still validates me. But otherwise, I think slowly but surely we will see blockchain services, products, and so on infiltrating supply chain management, origin control for products. You won't even know that your coffee sourced without slave labor is actually sourced with blockchain solutions. So things like that. It will be a top-down approach, not a bottoms-up approach.
Andrei, did you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe just a thought. I think that, so just to give you a rough context, I've been involved in blockchain, let's say, security of doing things since 2017 or so. So we've started with the very first, let's say, the hype, especially with smart contracts and everything. The struggle is the same from my perspective, but the customers are more mature right now. I'm saying that the main struggle right now is to find the right, to use blockchain as a tool for the right job. Because many companies believe that you can do everything on blockchain. It is a false assumption. There are very specific use cases that blockchain can enrich that ambition. And another thing is to look at blockchain as a financial system. And at this point, it still lacks of trust in this field because we have various previous unfortunate experiences where a large amount of money were stolen. The exchanges are still shady in terms of how they are interacting with their customers. Many were breached. People lost their money, and it's still difficult, to promote it as a very trustworthy solution. So until we fix, the framework and the baseline for these technologies, is still too early to find a way. Aaron in Romania had done a very good job, promoting or trying to democratize, a blockchain or a financial system that is working. They are also struggling, to create a mass market in the field. So probably it is the same challenge for everybody in this domain.
Thank you. Okay, I have one last question. It's for Alex. You mentioned about the cyber diplomacy projects that you do at ICI București. Could you tell us, give us some examples?
Thank you very much. Cyber diplomacy, we take a maximalist view of the concept. So it implies not just the interaction between diplomats, but also between technical institutions, standard setting, regulatory issues, cybercrime cooperation, between law enforcement agencies. So it's a maximalist view. And as I mentioned, we have the Cyber Diplomacy Center at ICI Bucharest. We have partnerships in Qatar, South Korea, Japan to implement these. But I'd like to talk just briefly about my own experience as part of ICA Bucharest, but outside of it. Since 2019, I have been coordinating a working group on critical energy infrastructure protection from a defense perspective within the European Defense Agency. It has a forum on sustainable energy in the defense and security sectors. And we have had elements of cyber diplomacy there, so where we try with the MODs to do cyber-related projects. And I'll give you just two examples. The first, we try to copy the French model of the energy data hack. For the last 2 years, France has had, from a defense perspective, a national, let's say, a yearly exercise where they get hackers to steal as much data as possible from civilian energy providers to see what intelligence they can extract about military activities from it, because the military, of course, consumes energy that it, especially in that country, that it buys from the normal market. So that is one thing. We wanted to turn this into a European event and also to export this model to other interested MODs in the EU, because that is what the EDA does. Another project, for instance, which we had was the idea of mixing an energy range on cyber issues with defense issues specifically for militaries, and to develop this in common with multiple militaries and then have it as a model or a product that could be given to multiple people. And this would imply, and this is an ongoing thing, identifying, after we develop the concept, identifying certain MODs to see how they are interested, identifying funding opportunities, how to develop it, and what the user themselves, you know, the militaries, what they would like to see from such a range, you know, models, building information modeling issues, life cycle assessment. So to start developing the fact sheet for a project, if you will, and to then implement it. And lastly, as an example, at the end of this month in Sofia, my working group is organizing, well, the EDA is organizing in the name of my working group, which has both military personnel, but also people from academia, from European institutions, from national institutions. It's organizing a tabletop exercise in Sofia on hybrid threats to critical energy infrastructures, including offshore infrastructures, with a strong cyber component to raise awareness about the contribution that the defense establishment can make to this and how it is vulnerable to these issues. And it has a strong cyber component. So none of these projects that I mentioned is sexy or earth-shattering, but it is something that is actually taking place. It is something that has a European dimension, and it is something that involves both state entities, academia, private entities, supranational entities, you know, within the EU, and it fits the bill for cyber diplomacy, even though the working group itself is not just on cyber, it involves also climate change, conventional attacks, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you for being here and being very active in this panel. I will now conclude and give the floor to Mihai.
Or should I just, okay. Thank you for giving me the floor, but I will then revert the floor to our next moderator. Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you to your speakers. If we don't have any more questions from the room, then we can happily move to the next panel for today and start thinking of our networking afterwards. So thank you, Gabriela. Thank you all. Now quickly moving the name tags. Irina Peptenaru, the CEO and co-founder of Cyberspace Academy, will moderate the last panel of today, dealing with the education and awareness on cybersecurity. 1 minute and we can start the panel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our dear speakers for being with us. On behalf of the organizers, we'd like to express our gratitude for being here. And thank you to you, dear audience, for remaining with us until now. We couldn't organize this forum, Cyber and Resilience Forum, without education. All the panels, they mentioned, all the speakers and the questions from audience were related to education, some of the questions, of course. Therefore, we all agree that education is crucial. It's important when we speak about cybersecurity, when we speak about resilience, and when we speak about energy sector. We heard education, we heard training, awareness, human factor, and as Mr. Boda started this forum this morning, why cybersecurity, why resilience? I will start asking why education in cybersecurity. And allow me first to introduce our speakers, our dear speakers, and then we will start, and I will ask them to answer. So I'm honored and privileged to have here with us Mr. Toma Câmpean, the president of Romanian Association for the Security of Information Systems. From DNSC side, unfortunately, Mr. Dan Câmpean cannot be with us today. He has an emergent issues, but expert of DNSC and very good expert in education, Alina Urs, is with us. We have online with us Felix Staicu, the CEO of Cyberdescience and president of Cybersecurity Cluster of Excellence. He's with us from Chile. Hello, Felix. Good morning. He's in Chile because...
Hi there, good morning, everyone.
Yes, hello, good morning to you. He's in Chile because he's a cybersecurity law associate professor at the University Católica Santissima in Chile. And we have online with us from London, from UK, Marius Ilo. Hello, Marius. He's last year PhD, cybersecurity PhD at the College of London, and security information researcher of HP lab in Bristol. So let's start discussing why education. We discussed all day about risks, cybersecurity risks in the energy sector. How can we mitigate, it will be my following question, these risks through activities in education activities?
Thank you. Firstly, I'm very glad to be here with you today and to discuss an important issue today. So, regarding education, I believe we have to look a little bit at the cybersecurity environment and see how things changed during time. If we are looking back a couple of years ago, we can see that young people, young talents, wanted to prove themselves they are able to write a piece of malware, for instance. They were eager to show their ability and to compete with other good professionals, showing their abilities. Now, instead of showing their abilities, we see a lot of organized crime. We see state actors that are able and have all necessary resources to develop various kind of cybercrime tools, let's say. And this diversity, it's probably the main reason for which a continuous education and people being able to adapt to these changes and to understand what is happening in the cyberspace, it's important. Now, if we are looking on dark web, we see that in order to be a hacker, you can have zero knowledge. So you don't even have to know a lot about computers. If you have some Bitcoin, if you have, not necessarily Bitcoin, even regular money, you can buy a lot of stuff from the dark web. You can organize an attack without knowing anything on the technical side. You can buy from, we all know you can buy drugs, guns, and whatever, but you can also buy a hacker's ability to break a password. A DDoS attack, you want to bring down, for instance, a public administration site, you can buy a DDoS attack starting with $2 an hour. So very, very cheap. They can even show you a demo. And now we see that organized crime are getting together and developing joint kind of attacks. And this is a very dangerous development, and I will give you an example. A group that was specialized in ransomware developed together with another organized group an attack doing the following thing. They infect the target's computer, they encrypt the data, but they also extract that data. Then they are looking at the data and see, can we make money using this information? And in case the information is not for sale or not interesting for someone to buy, they of course will ask money only to allow the legitimate owner to have it back. So a two stages attack from two different kind of factors. So this diversity and the fact that the dark web is filled with such tools make it very difficult to have prepared people to avoid these dangers. And in order to avoid the danger, you must be educated, you must be updated, you must at least understand the risks. And this is the main point of education, understanding the risks and being able to avoid at least part of them. And the second kind of let's say hacking, but this kind of hacking the brain of the user, it's in propaganda. We see similar things on dark web, and recently, looking also at geopolitical level in Romania, Ukraine, and other states, we see a lot of propaganda. This kind of tools are also for sale on dark web. You can buy a petition with 25,000 votes. You can organize a meeting in front of the government. You can bring there 20,000 people, and the cost is around $100,000. So it's not very, very expensive. You can create a celebrity with a couple of $1,000s. So this kind of elements, technical, but also on the human side, are equally important, and only education can help us avoid them. And last thing, looking at the younger generation and also the older generation. I see myself as a generation in between, not yet old enough, but of course not young. I'm looking at my father. My father started using a smartphone. He is probably a typical target for all phishing kind of events. He buys stuff on the internet. They don't bring it to... But he's still enjoying buying stuff on the internet. They cannot avoid this kind of attacks. And for me, it's very difficult to tell my children about this kind of risks. And I believe everyone here is in the same situation. We cannot tell our children about these risks, since us, when we were children, we are not taught about them. My mother told me, don't get a candy from a foreigner, don't take the car with someone else, they didn't tell me, do not post on Facebook when you're in holiday. So we are not knowing how to tell to our children this thing. This is the place of education. This is why education is important for all these categories.
Please allow me to introduce Mr. Răzvan Roginiș, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Automation, Control and Computer Science, Polytechnica University of Bucharest. Welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting Polytechnic University of Bucharest on such an important topic as education. And I was very glad to hear Mr. Câmpeanu talking about new intuition that we should build into our education. It starts before coming to the university for sure, but I think the university should play a very important role because the technology is evolving so fast, so we cannot prepare our students just for the threats of today. So we need to have both a vision for the future, a digital future. Very few things are certain in this uncertain world. We have a lot of problems. The only thing that I'm sure we all agree is that we'll have a digital future. So the digital society, it will help us live better, longer and fruitful lives. But this new well-being, it will come with a cost. And usually the cost is in this digital cybersecurity risk. And we need to talk about what are the technology of today. And most of us are impressed on what artificial intelligence is offering, especially for the last 5 months, when the most dynamic technology, the most relevant social platform is ChatGPT, rapidly growing. And of course, everybody is very excited, but also afraid on what this new conversational technology it will bring. But we also need to keep our eyes to the ball, because we should take into account that European Union has a focus on a number of more secure technologies that would put at a very high price privacy, citizens' privacy, also to ensure open and free market, because this is one of the challenges we face in our liberal democracies. We see a number of large technological actors moving in these new markets and allowing very little to no competition at all. If we want to have a prosperous society, we need to preserve what made our society great, and this is first of all the free market, the free exchange of ideas, and in many cases this new technology it tries to constrain a dominant idea. And here where the European Union comes with a focus on federated learning, on different ways of having a participation in this new development of technology. And cybersecurity is one very specific area where I do think there will be no consolidation like in other sectors. And this is where we should guide the young people to try to provide solutions, to also to understand what are the opportunities to build products. And we should take pride that both Bitdefender is a whole house name, and we had everything what is security related in Microsoft was built from Romanian antivirus in 2003. Thank you very much. Nowadays, we have a new generation of entrepreneurs which from the universities manage to build global products, global security products. And this is something that we need to be proud of because, of course, everybody is proud of UiPath, which is a company aiming to put the power of automation in the interest of companies. But we do have a number of companies developing global security solution, usually starting from the university, and we need to help more young people to become interested in competing with the giants because the playing field is more open as opposed to others. Thank you.
Thank you to you. I would like to ask you at the end, Mr. Uginish, to come back to this point, encouraging young people when we will come to some recommendations for the future. And now I will give you the microphone. Alina.
Okay, so maybe now it's better, yeah, I can hear it. Okay, but I was listening to Mr. Câmpeanu when he said how important it is to adapt. And you really cannot have resilience in any infrastructure if you do not have educated employees and an educated management, and that is a huge, huge challenge. And I'd like to talk a bit about that. If we start with like regular employees who work in a relevant infrastructure, in a critical infrastructure, it is very often that unless you actually actively educate them in terms of cyber awareness, they will not know what to do. And this is a continuous process. I remember a couple of years ago, I had to do an awareness activity on cyber, and I remember that one of the most basic recommendations was to change their passwords every month. And I cannot even begin to say there were like perhaps 100 people in the room, and they were so skeptical about it. I think it was like 5 years ago, and multi-factor authentication was not really something they would have access to. And I remember that basically they came to me during the coffee break and they said, you know, like all of those examples that you gave us about changing passwords every month and about how our password should not be my daughter's name or my dog's name, and you know, actually my password is my daughter's name, and I realized that I should change it. But still, you know, like, do we have to change it every month? And the thing is, it's so difficult to actually convince these employees that they should actually follow, unless they are enforced, they should follow the cyber policies of the company. And this is where it is vital to also explain, because this is what education is. You have to do more than just follow some rules that you don't understand. You actually have to understand them yourself. You have to understand the reasons behind those rules so that you can be already adapted to the challenges that keep on coming. So this is about the employees, but also what you can definitely notice, and even in critical infrastructures, is that you have the IT department. And here Professor Uginish made a very important note when he said that it's so important to prepare the students to be ready for the future challenges, because preparing them for the current challenges in cybersecurity is definitely not enough. So who do we have today in IT departments that also have to deal with cybersecurity? We have people who maybe were educated like even 30 years ago, and who some of them did not have access to education for cybersecurity in the real sense of the word. So they do not understand fully the technologies that they have deployed in their infrastructures for cybersecurity. They also don't understand how an attack works in its more profound notes, let's say. And it is, again, I can give an example, a fully anonymous example, of course. A couple of years ago, I was talking to the head of an IT department and his team. And I remember that we had reactions along the lines of, isn't really this antivirus enough? I mean, obviously they saw this attack, they saw an infected file. If we delete this infected file, wouldn't this be enough? And I remember it was so very difficult, you know, to explain why no, an antivirus is not enough. It is essential, but it's not enough. An attack can have more layers, so if you just delete one infected file that was identified by the antivirus, that will not necessarily stop your network from being compromised. So here is where you have to invest a lot in the education of all of these employees that work in a critical infrastructure. And what is also specific about this area is that you also have the OT department. And it is well known, it is a well-known fact that it is very often that there is perhaps not a clash between the IT and the OT, but they do not always work well together because they have completely different philosophies, right? The IT department, if it can learn to have a focus on cybersecurity. It was not always like that. But the OT department is now barely learning to have this type of focus. And there's a there's a huge shift of paradigm for the people who work in OT because of this. And they have to start to learn to work together, the IT team and the OT team. You would still hear in Romania, in some critical infrastructures, that the OT people will say, well, it's all fully isolated. It's all like, why is this even a topic? Because, you know, our networks are not connected at all. That is not always the case. And this is an area where who can invest? Again, I will go to education. Education, okay, you can have it on your own, but in an enterprise, in a place that has critical infrastructures, it has to be from the top down. So here is where the managers come in, who also have to understand what cybersecurity is about, who also have to be educated, to educate themselves in this, which is also another challenge for them. Why? Because usually when you have the management level, they're also, again, very much focused on their results. They are there because they have to produce results, because they have to be business efficient, because they have to make profit. And now, indeed, there is an increasing level of awareness in terms of what cyber means and how relevant it is, and how you cannot really be sure that you'll have profit unless you actually have cybersecurity. But again, it is also a challenge for this level, for the level of management, who also has to invest money in educating the regular employees, the IT department, the OT department, and so on, and to make sure also, again, this is the eternal challenge for cybersecurity, that it is not enough that they went to this course 5 years ago, because 5 years have passed, technologies have changed, attackers have changed their ways, and you have to relearn, because this can also be a question, right? It's like you went to some courses that were super expensive like 5 years ago. Is it really necessary that you go again? And the answer very often can be yes. So this is the education of the adult public, of the employees that work everywhere around us, never ends in terms of cybersecurity. What we learn today and what recommendations we give today, chances are they will be obsolete in 10 years. But they're essential now. So, yeah, this is what.
Thank you, Alina. Felix, I will give the floor to you now.
Thank you very much, Irina, and thank you very much for my esteemed colleagues from my panel, Toma, Alina, Irina, Marius, and Razvan. It is a pleasure to re-see some of you, and it is a pleasure to meet and to be to speak about such an important topic with some of you. It is great that we have here a combination of the public, private, and academia, so we can all discuss about how we see the developments in our areas, and how do we think that the other, for example, I'm from the private sector, and I would like to see more involvement from the academia in some parts, and somebody from the public sector would like to see more involvement from the private sector in some other parts. So it's great. I think it is the first objective of the conference would be to bring together the public, private, and academia to discuss. And this is something that we do also in the CISCOE, in the Cybersecurity Cluster of Excellence, a cluster that is mainly made for communication and for growing the awareness of cybersecurity organizations, to know about what is happening in the industry, and to raise cooperation between them to grow more strong. So to speak about education, this is a topic that everybody speaks in cybersecurity, and I think, of course, I think it is important, but in practice, it's not so much done as it should, especially in Romania and in other countries as well. I'm not saying that Romania is it's lagging, but of course it can do better. There are some examples in the world that are doing better in terms of cybersecurity education. For example, the Nordic countries, and there are, of course, examples that are doing worse. But of course, there's always parts to be improved. So when I speak about education, I would like to divide it in three. So we speak about the public sector, the private sector, and the academia, and maybe to see, in my opinion, what can be better improved in each. So to start with the public sector, in here, I think there are many developments that are being done at the moment. We see the NSC teams growing, and we see them having more power, and we see the new cyber defense law having more, giving more power to respond to cyber attacks, to state-run cyber attacks in Romania, and that is great. But I think what we need at the moment is a strategy for education, for cybersecurity education in Romania. We do have an action plan that is creating the pillars of how to implement the cybersecurity strategy of Romania 2022-2027. We do have an action plan that states a few topics of interest of how the NSC should implement the strategy. But as far as I know, the strategy is not that developed yet in terms of education. So I think the first step that Romania would need at the moment would be to crystallize the cybersecurity strategy from top down. As Alina said in the beginning, it all starts from the top, especially in the public sector. If you don't have a strategy and a legislation to enforce that, it will be very hard for you to achieve the goals at the level of the society, the granular levels of society. And this doesn't happen fast. This happens maybe in 5, 10 years, or maybe 20, depending on how strong the change is, because people are resistant to change, but they all have to start from somewhere. So I believe that the cybersecurity education strategy should be one of the top goals of whoever is in charge of implementing, of designing this strategy. And of course, it will be the responsibility of all of us to implement it and to help to implement it, but it also have to start from the top. And I believe that Romania is making good steps in that direction. I see many public involvements in the education sphere, and we see also the education law that is changing to aggregate the cybersecurity as part of the school curriculum, which is a very important topic. We Romanians have the European Cybersecurity Center of the European Union in Bucharest. So we should take it as something that represents us. What are we good in, Romanians? We should be good in cybersecurity, and we should become at least a regional leader, if not a global leader. So for doing that, it's not sufficient to have the specialists. It's not sufficient to have the good companies that we have in Romania, but it's important to be resilient as a whole. And to be resilient as a whole, you need to go for all levels of society, from young kids, from older people, from professors, from people in the rural areas. Everybody should be touched in some way of the cybersecurity. Then, after the strategy is completed, I think the implementation part is usually the hardest. It's not that hard to make a strategy, but it's very hard to implement it. And this is true in the private sector as well. I see it working with my clients as well. Writing the policy in the beginning is the easiest part, but then when implementing it, when you have to change the culture and you have to really make the changes, then you find some really big obstacles. But I think with the common view of the governmental agency and a common view of the civil society, I think we can start making the changes, and I think people will be open to the changes. So it only takes the first step to start a long journey. And I think rather than looking at the final objective, look at the smaller objectives you can win down the road. Then I would go to the private sector, and in here, I think Alina resumed very well that education in enterprises environment is essential for the security of critical infrastructure, for the security of critical data, financial, and so on and so forth. And in here, of course, everything starts from the top as well. You cannot expect people to learn on their own, especially people that are non-technical. It will always be a barrier between what technical people know and what non-technical people know. And of course, non-technical people will always be more prone to attacks. So in here, the leadership must first understand, and the leadership must be first educated of why this is important. Because the problem is cybersecurity investment doesn't bring their direct profits. And for most of the managers, it's hard to sell. If they don't have an attack, if they never had an attack, coming to them to sell them cybersecurity, it's very hard to most of them, because they are not proactive. Most of the people are not proactive, they are reactive. Once they have an attack, then they are ready to invest in it. And then usually it's kind of late, because they already lost their data, they already lost their reputation, and they got hacked. So it would be very interesting to try to address the top management of critical infrastructure in Romania, to explain to them why the NIS directive was implemented. Why does it exist? It's not just another paper that you need to sign in order to be compliant. It's not that. Why do we need all this new documentation and all these new tests in order to be secure? Because I'm quite convinced that most of them still don't understand what is this, and it's just another document that they need to have in their files. So once they understand, and once they understand how much does it cost 1 hour of inactivity or 1 day, then they may maybe put in balance the investment in cybersecurity and the results that can come from cybersecurity. Because usually in the first few days of an engagement, cybersecurity auditors find the low-hanging fruits, right? The critical vulnerabilities that are really easy to find and shouldn't be there. So even in the first few days, you bring value to the engagement. You don't have to spend 6 months in an audit in order to find something. Usually it's the first few days you find the critical things, and then whilst you go on, you find the other things. So in here, I think top education for the management is important, and then once they understand, they should impair the same importance of cybersecurity to their employees, to the IT, to the HR and finance and business and so on and so forth, and of course to the OT as well. As Alina said, I think this is a very important divide that must be addressed, and of course points of communication should be lined between IT and OT, because in theory, yes, networks are isolated, but in practice we saw many attacks that passed that because they thought it's isolated. So we saw the Stuxnet attack, and we saw many critical infrastructure attacks. Even in Russia, we saw the Ukrainian intelligence attacking targets in Gazprom in Russia, it is unconfirmed, but there are rumors that they attacked Gazprom and they made explode a few pipelines of Gazprom gas in Russia, inside Russia. So even though they think they are protected, they are maybe not. So of course, education here is vital. What else can help us in here in critical infrastructure? I think there are cybersecurity exercises. It's not enough to do an audit. It's not enough to see how they stand from a compliance and maybe pen test perspective. It's also important to do a blue team, red team engagement with them for the IT and for the OT sectors as well, because in there they are engaged into into responding to an actual attack. How do you respond once you are put face to face to a threat? If you get an assessment and you are home and it's not a threat and you just put down the right answer, it's not the same. Whilst you need to respond in time, you are pressed by the media, you are pressed by the boss to respond, you lose the data and you lose operations. How do you respond when you are pressed by the actual fact of getting hacked? And I think this actually really helps many blue teams in the critical infrastructure, because they give them a real feel of how is to be faced face to face with an attack and how to respond. And once they manage to respond, to be taught on how to respond better. And I think this should be done often, because as with education, people forget. I forgot what I read 2 years ago while I was trained. But if I read something every week, or if I'm engaged with something every month and I get a kind of reminder of everything, it stays in there. But if it's once that I learn it once and then it passed 1 year, I can tell you I will definitely maybe forget it. So the same is with people. If you just make them a phishing training now and you expect for them to respond to a phishing attack properly in 3 years from now, forget about it, because it's most likely that 80% of them will forget. But if you keep on impairing education, keep on testing them against phishing, keep on making exercise and keep on creating the prerequisites for them to discuss about this, so this is a visible topic in the organization, I think we might have a chance to improve our resilience. And as the last topic, I would like to discuss about academia. And here we have two distinguished guests from academia, and I'm a part-time professor in a university here in Chile as well. And I believe that cybersecurity education is one of the top pillars of our future societies. And I really appreciate the professors that are giving their life out there with the students to impair them knowledge and to teach them about the current and future threats, and to create a foundation that will help them to learn in the future. Because of course you don't learn everything in university, but you learn how to learn. And I think that's a very important part. I would like to see maybe more of these cybersecurity education initiatives in universities in Romania. I believe right now it's quite competitive to get in there. Maybe rather than keeping the bar very high and leaving just a few students to go in, create more programs and leave some other students to go in, because it's not always about the grades. It doesn't mean that much if you have good grades in the real life. Of course, it means that you are good educated, but in hacking or things like this, you need another type of intelligence. So it's not about what grade you had in the baccalaureate to enter the right university. So in here, I believe more, or like maybe different schools of cybersecurity specialists should be open, that you maybe don't need at higher grades. So be like the professional schools for cybersecurity specialists, where in 2 years you can learn how to be a SOC analyst, or to do threat intelligence, or to be a basic blue or red teamer. You don't actually need to finish a university to be that. So I believe rather we should try to think modern, because we will need more cybersecurity specialists to educate. So rather than passing all of them through a university, think about creating specialized programs to teach them only the relevant parts for the job. And
Thank you,
All in
Felix.
all, I think this is my view of how education should be done. As part of the Cybersecurity Cluster of Excellence, we are working in several initiatives regarding education. One of our most ambitious initiatives is to create a cybersecurity education strategy for Romania, which can be presented to the right stakeholders and have a starting point of how this should be implemented in the public, private, and academia sector, and of course individuals. Because in here, individuals are the key point of making the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Felix. And now I would like to pass the floor to Marius to see your view, Marius. Also, academic part,
Hello,
Marius.
hello. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
I do not really hear what's going on.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, yeah, first question about the challenges, right? So, before I even begin to start trying to come up with a decent answer to that, I'll try to sum up a bit what's going on with the environment. So, there are a lot of different risks in it. It's extremely dynamic, and it has to ensure resilience on a high level without a strong historical industrial information security orientation. So that's probably one of the main problems with it. I'll focus mainly on high-level challenges around strategic and risk-based education further on, because that's basically my main area, let's say, of knowledge. So the first point I want to tackle is the risk mindset. Given this type of environment that critical infrastructure offers, and we need to talk about mitigations, probably the first challenge we will have to tackle at some point is that we cannot mitigate everything in a time and cost efficient way. And as an example, I have a few budget examples, for example, in the US and UK case for 2024 and 2023, which show this absolutely awesome. So the US budget for 2024 includes 3.1 billion in funding for cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency alone. This is not NSA, this is not FBI, it's like separate agency specifically for security in infrastructure, critical infrastructure actually. So the budget is huge, and it has $100 million only for implementing cyber incident reporting. So not buying it, not deploying it, only implementation of it. I find this number absolutely huge, but we'll see exactly like next year how it's going to be translated in practice, what they're actually going to do with it. For the UK side, the allocation of budget for national grid this year was 500 million pounds. So again, big compared to like the size of the US critical infrastructure, of course. In both cases, they had accompanying documents regarding like the allocation, let's say. The allocation was heavily focused on prioritization of risk mitigation and emergency funds for black swan scenarios. And even in such cases, colonial pipelines can still happen. Like a 0 day today on the Rodium website is between $1 and $2 million to buy legally. And at the university, we are doing studies to understand implication of bribes on actual employees to include hardware in networks. And at this point, we have kind of established an average estimate of a 1 year wage for an employee that knows what he's doing. So it's pretty asymmetric, let's say. Going further, crafting a phishing email takes 5 minutes, distribution is almost nothing, it's hard to deal with. So that is why we need the risk mindset. After we have the risk mindset, we need to go deeply into prioritization. So traditionally, there are 3 main security attributes for a system. This should be pretty obvious: confidentiality, integrity, availability. The main thing is that to be able to make a strategic choice of how we order these things and endorse them top down. And we see different approaches in the US, UK cases here. Both favor availability as the most important part of the critical infrastructure, of course, because basically they think the most important thing is for it to run no matter what. Then things get a bit unclear. The US does not clearly state the approach for what happens with confidentiality and integrity, so it does not wish to say which one goes before the other. The UK does, though, and splits integrity threats into two, those that can affect availability and those that don't. Those that can affect availability are treated as availability, those that don't are dealt with post-fact, but usually through like reporting, metrics, stuff like that that's done after a certain event happens. Regarding confidentiality, both cases kind of go on a customer complaint, breach disclosure, followed by actual checks. So it's clearly see that confidentiality is under availability for sure. For the UK's case, maybe it's on par with integrity, but we can't really assess it. Thirdly, once we can teach how to prioritize and how to understand the risk, we want to have a high-level priority direction that decides on which areas need the training first. So actually implementing the prioritization. In this case, although general blanket type approaches focusing on generic threats can help raise overall security posture, and that is shown in the study, particularly in case of phishing, they are in no way an optimized approach. And my take on this is that you kind of need to do prior risk assessment beforehand to understand your environment, to be able to even construct a customized training for the people that are working there. So it's complicated, but you need to understand what you have to be able to teach somebody about how to use it and what to avoid, which is pretty obvious. And for example, like, which is not really related to education, but if you don't really have like a global asset inventory on your whole critical infrastructure that has at least some asset names, some responsible and accountable contacts, and ideally an RFID tag to know where your assets are, it's very complicated to actually do customized training for those types of assets. Finally, I suppose to touch a bit the point about academia, because yeah, I've seen this in the previous talk and I found it interesting. At the uni where I am now, basically we have a wide range of courses that tackle cybersecurity that are split in three directions. So there's one sort of rationalistic approach which is super theoretical, super mathematically focused. Like people in there basically end up doing theory-based research, which is absolutely fine if they want to do that. We have a separate direction that's focused on hands-on training that can lead you to become, I don't know, pen tester. So people going in there do only super hands-on stuff. And the third direction, which is kind of what I did during my master's and start of PhD, which is basically empirical approach to education, which is a lot of testing and a lot of assessing and a lot of trying to do predictions about what's going on. These are kind of the three main directions UCL is focusing right now for the cybersecurity education. And I think they are an interesting way of getting more people into cybersecurity, because you have, like 5 years ago, things were a lot more theoretical. And it has been observed that a lot of the people that were starting a cybersecurity master's degree basically swapped after the first term to any other kind of more practical degree on a percentage of around 60%. So losing more than half the students for other courses, which was basically a bad strategy thing for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius. I would like now to start another tour de table and ask you for one or two concrete or one or two recommendations. Let's say, what can we do now after we spoke about what the importance of education and all your valuable opinions and views. Let's see what we can do.
Thanks. Firstly, I want to say I'm pretty optimistic. If we are looking at the young people from the Romanian cybersecurity team, Romania was European champion in cybersecurity, so this means we have talents coming from behind, and we must build on these talents. You see, when one country has a very successful sportsman, let's say Simona Halep, many children started playing tennis. If we promote the successes Romania had in cybersecurity, probably more children will start be interested in cybersecurity, and that's a step forward. So bringing more children willing to learn about this area would help us, since we'll have a larger number from which to select and on which to build. That would be one thing. And the second one, probably education should start by moving away from the paradigm when we believe everything coming from the screen. It's an old song. I looked on my phone by Phil Collins. It's called Jesus, He Knows Me. And in the clip, Phil Collins was some kind of a guru healing everyone through the screen. And he said, touch the screen, touch the screen. You know, everyone believes their problems will be solved by touching the screen. It's the same thing. If we are not moving away from the paradigm when we believe everything coming from the screen, and we don't understand that what's coming from the screen may be willingly or unwillingly misleading us, starting with news, but also with messages like, click here, you just won the lottery. It doesn't matter if you never played the lottery, you still click, you are happy. At last you won something. You know, when education should start by being able to challenge what's coming from the screen and knowing that the screen may not always be right. So these two things, building on successes of the young talents, and secondly, challenging what's coming from the computer. Even if you know that that small, nice computer will never hurt you, it's yours. He loves you, but still challenge what's coming from the screen.
Thank you very much, Toma.
Okay, thank you. So I fully agree with Mr. Campanu. It's not about knowledge. We are in an informational age. Knowledge is everywhere. We need to build, first of all, motivation and identity. People to see themselves as professional, as people that are interested in cybersecurity. And this may mean closer collaboration between the formal education and the informal education. The team you are talking about is the result of a lot of training received from a lot of institutions. Andrea Vodane is here, and a lot of my colleagues are also involved. So these successes are not just a random point, but a new way of thinking. We need to have an experiential learning. So this was the reason I stressed about building startups in the cybersecurity field, building your identity, because it's not about the information you can find out, but about the ownership of this identity, that you are a professional in this new digital world, where you should, first of all, defend yourself and also produce value. So, and I do think cybersecurity is a very fertile ground to build services, to build products, because, as I told you, I'm sure the future society will be a digital one, and the sooner we have this shift in identity, where we build on the successes of previous generation, but also our generations, and have this national identity of engineers, because Romania has the highest number of programmers to the number of inhabitants. So for every 1,000 people, we have the highest in European Union. We need to go a little bit further and have secure coding, not just coding, not just outsourcing, quality coding, and this I do think we can build it in a partnership between the formal and informal education, with a main focus on offensive security as well as defensive security.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to touch upon the fact that the National Cybersecurity Directorate is very much involved, regarding what Felix said, in supporting cyber education throughout the years, starting with, I don't know, children at very small
exactly,
ages.
children.
Exactly.
I know you are doing a lot on this, and congratulations.
Yes. And there are also obviously partnerships with higher education institutions. There are also activities that the directorate does with its own resources or through other partnerships. And I think this all builds something, and we will see the impact, the positive impact of all of this in the years to come. But there's also something to be said about motivation, because every single technology, like cyber security technology, is often not very comfortable to use. It's easier to do everything without taking all of those measures to be safe. So I think that wherever we are, in terms of education for cyber, you have to have motivation, depending on whom you talk to. If you talk to children, you have to find something that would motivate them to go towards this. If you talk to students, I'm actually very curious about what Mihail said about the rates of dropping out from the cybersecurity program, because I would see it as being very, like something very hands-on and something very useful. So I wonder what maybe there are reasons, and I'd be curious to know which ones, for students to renounce that type of program. So yes, finding this motivation is very, very, it's basically essential, as I said. If we talk about critical infrastructures, again, you cannot do much if people are not motivated to follow all of those rules, if they're not motivated, if the IT team is not really motivated to learn, because yes, knowledge is everywhere, and obviously many people might not actually need to pay a lot of money. They would be able to find all of that knowledge free on the internet if they would be very, very focused and dedicated. However, that's difficult because we're only human. So yes, finding that motivation throughout the spectrum, starting from young kids to grown-ups, to our parents and grandparents, who have to also find it within themselves to follow all of those rules of cyber hygiene. I think this is a huge challenge. And every single time you have like a certain type of audience, it is essential to figure out what can motivate these people. Maybe they're lawyers, maybe they're doctors, maybe they're architects, maybe they work in PR, maybe they're actually IT engineers, but they're really just not interested in cybersecurity. I've talked to many of your former students, I think, who said, yeah, but I'm not really a huge fan of cybersecurity, and isn't really like Windows Defender enough for whatever I need, and so on and so forth. So in every single endeavor we have in terms of bringing cyber education to people, it is fundamental to figure out what is the key for them. And it's very specific for different types of people. It's something else. It's never going to be the same. If you talk to engineers, like OT engineers, or if you talk to lawyers, you will not, or if you talk to, high school kids, you will not have the same trigger for them. So it's essential to also find the trigger.
Thank you, very important this. Felix?
Thank you very much. I think amazing ideas have been put on the table. So not very much to say to complete, but I would like to go back to what Thomas said, and I think it's I think it's one of the most important things in the current and future society, which is critical thinking. Don't believe in everything you read, and take decisions for yourself. And I know maybe this is not the topic of the discussion today, but this information also goes to the cyberspace. And as we see right now, the phenomenon developing, and with the introduction of AI, which can generate content with predictive modeling, I think we're going to be put in a situation where we're going to have loads of information. We already have, but think about that times 100, and most of it is going to be manipulated by some sort of engine that wants you to take a decision at some point in life. So I see the future very complicated from that regard, because our internet is open and free, and this is the principle of democracy and open internet. And our adversaries are using this against us, and they are going to use this against the kids. They are going to use this against the older people. They're going to use this against the companies and governments, of course. So developing a sense of critical thinking, I think, is essential, because right now we do have good cybersecurity specialists in Romania, but the tough reality is that we do have as well one of the lowest rate of digital literacy in the European Union. So this doesn't say too many good things about us, and I think we have to work on it. So I think one of the key factors in it is the critical thinking, understanding what you read, taking decision for yourself, knowing how to separate truth from fiction, which is not very easy in most of the times, but we do have to train our the kids and ourselves as well to don't pass through it. And I think this is a key factor in having a proper education in the future, because as we see, informal education it's taking over, I would say. There are huge amounts of courses and information that you can read online. Of course, school is important and it's always been important, but as adults, we use the internet to educate ourselves. So in here, we have to know how to discern what is truth and what not, and to take decision for ourselves. And for young kids, I think the new legislative change, it would be very important to add cybersecurity in the curriculum and to make it mandatory for all kids to study at least some part of cybersecurity, for people that are non-technical, to study cybersecurity awareness. What is a phishing? How we can protect from it? This is basic society rules in the end, and it's better to add them right now rather than waiting for 5 more years to add them, because this takes a lot of time until it becomes regular knowledge. So another important topic you have discussed by my colleagues is identity, and I think we have to capitalize on this to create the identity of Romania as being a future global leader in cybersecurity and work towards it. So, and we have in Romania amazing initiatives such as DevCamp, for example, such as Unbreakable, that are taking young kids together and are putting them in the right environment to have a cybersecurity exercise, to see in the real life how is to fight with a hacker, how you can protect your infrastructure. And I think this is a very good start of how you can build the identity. But of course, we have to capitalize on this and to build more initiatives, build initiatives in the regions, build initiatives in the cities, create clubs in all the cities, so for young kids can go and learn from others. And I think this will slowly build an identity. And I think this is what we have to all agree as Romanians and or members of private, public, and academic sector, that Romania should be a global leader in cybersecurity. We do have the specialists, we do have the minds for it, and we do have the resources, but we only need to put them all together to work towards the same goal. And we see Israel, that is a country that it's small, doesn't have any natural resources, but they are the leaders in cybersecurity. Why can they do it and we cannot? I strongly believe that we can, but we need a strategy, and we need to put our heads together to educate the people, to bring them together, and to create the prerequisites and the right opportunities for right people, right companies, and right institutions to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. Very valuable what you said. Marius, what would be your recommendations, your views?
Thank you. Firstly, I'm gonna try to answer a bit the question about students dropping, because it's an interesting one, and yeah, we've had quite some in the last years. So the main thing is that, yeah, of course, a university here costs a lot. So it's private and you have a huge fee to join. So generally, people that come to do it have an idea of what they want to do. And basically, its role is to support the obtainment of that goal of the person that comes to it through various means that the student does not control, of course. But the main thing is to follow it, the student's goal. And we had a lot of people coming that wanted to do, let's say, I don't know, cyber governance in healthcare industry, let's say. And the course that we were doing, of course, had nothing to do with that. It was all on encryption theory and super abstract. So a lot of people did not feel they were getting what they put into that course, and they found alternative strategies to deal with it. Like they moved to an engineering sort of masters, and they tried to do projects based only on cybersecurity, for example. Or they went to a statistics department to study a part of security that they wanted more. So this type of like generic abstract security program kind of remained only for people that wanted to do security research at uni. And it's still going, and it's fine. I'm not saying it isn't, but we needed to have all the other options for getting the people in. And that happened, for example, by each school of the university doing cybersecurity specific course degree for his area. So University of Medicine doing cybersecurity specifically for medicine. University of Architecture doing specific cybersecurity course that had to do with architecture and things like that. So that was the solution, kind of. About recommendation, I'll try to keep it brief. So first thing that I've seen in here, and it seems super useful, is about policy and procedure specification, both publicly and privately. And the main goal of trainings like this would be to increase the clarity and concision of policies and procedures from the writer's end. UK has this sort of good law initiative which attempts to translate every single law into very understandable terms and follows like this sort of, let's say, strategy. Never use more than 10 words. Never use any sort of jargon. Always have an example for how that law would be applied in a practical context, let's say. And I think that's super useful. And a lot of companies adhere to it, even though it's not a legal requirement for industry. So something must be good about it. About the simulation modeling, because yeah, I also kind of have a lot of background in simulation modeling. I think we need courses about interacting with simulation modeling more than courses about how to do it. Because again, I've seen it as a super hot topic post-COVID. A lot of companies turn to it to justify any sort of decision making. Like, I want to have some sort of marketing decision making to invest in security technologies. I pop up this simulation model to justify I'm gonna lose less than, I don't know, a specific amount of money over a specific amount of years because I've invested in that. And I have a sort of justification for it. There's a huge debate whether it's believable or not, but it's happening in practice. Yeah, maybe another thing would be to try to make the trainings as customized as possible. This is, again, quite obvious, but we want to avoid as much as possible, for example, trainings for work from home for people that will never work from home, trainings about specific pieces of equipment that the user will never use, and this type of thing. Because we might say they are important because they gain knowledge about it, but they can backfire because employees might think they're useless because they don't encounter it in the next 3 weeks. And then it's much more difficult to try to address it after it has been already done. Those would be my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Marius. As we want to organize this forum every year, we might think to organize a campaign and putting all together these recommendations, because we are now here, public, private, academic sector, so we can maybe organize for next year, during the year, until next edition, and put in place all your available recommendations. Let's see. Thank you for all your recommendations, and now I would like very quick to ask you just a sentence as a conclusion. If you can say one thing about the education in cyber IT.
Well, I believe it's important for each of us to help at least the generation coming after us and the generation in front of us understand a little bit more about cybersecurity and let them know cybersecurity exists and may be important in their life.
Thank you. I do think we need a strategy and we can have a tremendous impact, but also we have very good example of grassroots movements we've had here, and I do think everyone should try to do his or her own best, and there is tremendous space to grow, and of course if we can align the strategy with the people will be more effective, but don't wait for this great strategy to do something with your resources.
Yeah, I would just like to say that cybersecurity education never ends. So allocating resources towards that, be it personal, be it public, be it private, also should not ever end. We should never expect it to. That would be it.
I fully agree. I think lifelong learning is necessary in terms of cybersecurity, and I really hope that all of us will understand the importance of it and will start to educate firstly in our education and then to try to impair the education that we've gained to others. Thank you.
Yeah, for me would be please focus on understanding and assessing the environment in which those trainings would be deployed and plan training campaigns based on that. Consider them at all seniority levels and part of defense in depth, and always clearly state their purpose.
Thank you. I would like to ask you now from the audience if you have any questions for our dear speakers. No questions. If there is no question, then thank you once again to you, to Toma and Mr. Ruginish, Alina, Felix, Marius, and to you for your interest and your until now. So I will give the floor now to Mihai.
Thank you, Irina. Your panel was quite a slam dunk, so we were really right to keep education at the end of the forum. The ending was quite powerful, I think. Looking at the room, I just realized that only the strongest and the bravest succeed and make it to the last. So a big shout out to you. But anyway, many thanks for your speakers, Irina, and for all the speakers today. My appreciation for all the organizers, Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center, Toma, ANSSI, Irina, Cyberspace Academy, and Camila Botezatu, who unfortunately could not be here today, from emblematic Romania Association. I met some interesting faces today, and if Toma quoted Phil Collins, I would also like to quote a phrase from a movie, Casablanca. I think this might and should be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. As I said in the beginning, as you said it now, hopefully Cyber Resilience Forum will be a landmark for cybersecurity discussions in May of every year. So firstly, mark your calendar, May 2024, we will see each other again. Interesting topics, but however, conferences come and go. It's important to build something upon what we've done here today. Within the next weeks, we, the organizers, will meet and decide what should we focus on, and we will come back towards everybody and each and every one of you with maybe an action plan for what we plan to do for the next year and something that we can and should present for the next conference. Thank you all for being here today. I think that's it for now. Thank you, and you are please join us for networking lunch kindly offered by our sponsored Grid Expertise. Thank you.